where Opal was now, if she was well and happy, if she was even still alive. Maybe later, when the workday was over, she'd go online, try to find her old friend. And what would she say if she did locate Opal? Remember me, Jocelyn? I'm back at the Rossiter mansion, God knows why, really. Some kind of self-punishment, I guess. And all that made me think about you? Hardly. Besides, Opal would be considerably older now. Even if she hadn't passed away, she might well be infirm, closeted away in a nursing home somewhere. Better to leave the poor woman alone, Jocelyn reasoned. But still, she wondered, because she'd loved Opal dearly. Since there was more to be done in the apartment, Jocelyn shook off the ache of nostalgia and began putting things away in the bedroom closet, the bureau drawers, the medicine cabinet. When she'd finished with all that, she transported Lucy Maud's things to the new quarters, and finally Lucy Maud herself, yowling indignantly inside a cardboard box with the flaps folded to secure the top and prevent escape, and turned the disgruntled cat loose in the small area they would be sharing until Kendra returned. Stealthily, Lucy Maud explored the space, checking out the small bedroom, the retro bathroom, and the mysterious realm behind the couch. Jocelyn decided she'd go back for the few food items she'd left behind in the guest house later. She'd used up her lunch hour, and it was time to get back to work. Not that there was much to do. Resigned, she washed her hands again, left Lucy Maud to her explorations, and made her way through the kitchen and the formal dining room to the former parlor, from whence Kendra ran her agency. A sturdy, gray-haired woman clad in capri pants, a plaid sleeveless shirt, and a pair of oft-washed sneakers stood in the arched doorway, startling Jocelyn a little, since she hadn't heard her come in. The visitor's eyes were tranquil, the color of clear creek water, and her skin, though wrinkled, glowed with good health and an amiable temperament. Like so many people in Parable, this woman looked vaguely familiar to Jocelyn, but she couldn't quite place her. "I'm Marty Wren," the caller announced, putting out a work-roughed hand in greeting. Jocelyn stepped forward, smiling, to shake Marty's hand. "Jocelyn Kirk," she said. "If you're looking for Kendra, I'm afraid she's out of the office for the next few days." Weeks, months, she thought. "I was looking for you, actually," Marty broke in cheerfully. "I run the animal shelter. Pause for reflection. I'm here about the cat you found. You posted a notice on our website." A tiny trap-door opened in the pit of Jocelyn's stomach. She was already attached to Lucy Maud and wasn't ready to give her up, even though restoring her to her owners was the right thing to do. But she managed to smile. "Come in," she said. "Sit down." "Can't stay long," Marty said directly. "The critters keep us hopping over at Paws, if you'll excuse the pun, and there's a lot to get done before I can do any significant sitting down." Jocelyn kept smiling, though the near certainty that Marty had come to take Lucy Maud back to her rightful owners made her heart feel bruised. "I understand," she said quietly. Marty assessed her astutely. "Seems like you might be a little taken with this particular animal," she observed. "A little," Jocelyn admitted. That was the understatement of the day. "But I imagine someone's looking for her. She doesn't strike me as neglected. Pregnant, but not neglected." "I'd like a look at her in person, so to speak," Marty said with a twinkle. "I know you put a picture of her up on the site, but there are a lot of gray cats out there. If she's the one I think she is, she's been looked after right along. But that isn't the same as having a real home and being loved, now is it?" Having a real home and being loved. What a concept, she thought. "This way," Jocelyn said, mulling over Marty's words as she led the way back through the dining room and kitchen to the staff quarters. Lucy Maud had installed her royal self in the seat of the armchair, and she stretched luxuriously when Jocelyn and Marty entered the sitting room, as regal as Cleopatra reclining on her barge. "Yep," Marty said, advancing on the cat in a slow and non-threatening way, and putting out a hand for Lucy Maud to sniff. "This is Carlotta, all right." "Carlotta?" Jocelyn echoed, knowing she must sound foolish. It wasn't as if Lucy Maud had been born with the name she'd given her, after all. So why was it such a jolt to hear the cat called something else? Marty nodded. "Carlotta's sort of a community cat, I guess you'd say. Belongs to just about everybody. We've been trying to catch her to have her spayed and see to her shots, but she's an elusive little Dickens. She makes the rounds for meals and a safe place to sleep, if the weather turns bad or the coyotes are on the prowl." Jocelyn had forgotten the lonely and chilling, scream-like wail of the coyotes who turned up in Parable now and then, usually in the dark. A shiver went through her. Just to think of poor Lucy Maud out there all alone, practically defenseless, taking her chances with hungry scavengers. "How long has she been with you?" Marty went on, when Jocelyn didn't say anything. "A few days," Jocelyn answered. A broad smile broke across Marty's plain, likable face. "I've never known Carlotta to stay put longer than a day or so, and even then she's elusive. Seems to me that she might have chosen to be your cat, exclusively, from here on out." Jocelyn felt a curious tangle of emotions in that moment. There was hesitancy. Her plans for the future were hardly concrete. But there was also relief, because no heartbroken pet owner was out there, searching frantically for his or her lost cat. Jocelyn swallowed, scrambled for a response. "But I probably won't be staying in Parable too much longer," she said awkwardly. "I wasn't really planning on adopting a pet, and I'm pretty sure she's expecting." Marty's smile faded. "Oh, my," she said, leaning to probe Lucy Maud's belly with gentle fingertips, and then nodding. "Sure enough, she's pregnant. And, like I said, I wasn't planning to adopt." Marty smiled when Jocelyn's words fell away. "We'll worry about the kittens when the time comes," she said. "As for your being ready to adopt, well, in some cases it works the other way around, and the pet does the choosing." She paused, drew a beleaguered breath, and let it out again. "I can take Carlotta to the shelter with me, if that's what you want. As always, though, we've already got a pretty big backlog of pets in need of homes." Jocelyn flinched inwardly at the image of Carlotta/Lucy Maud behind the door of a cage, however humane the surroundings, not to mention all the other cats and dogs and birds in shelters everywhere, waiting and waiting. "I'll keep her, then," she said, and a sense of sad exultation swept through her. "Somehow we'll make it work, Lucy Maud and I, come what may." Marty gave Jocelyn an approving pat on the shoulder and smiled again. "That's the spirit," she said. Then, cagily, she added, "Feel free to stop by Pa's any time you want." Effervescent on the inside, Jocelyn gave a choked little laugh and barely kept herself from rolling her eyes. "Sure," she said, "and come home with a few more cats? Maybe a dog and a couple of rabbits for good measure?" Marty laughed, too. can't blame me for trying," she said. Then her expression changed, and she looked around at Opal's little space. "It's odd to be back in this house," she added. "Never thought it would happen." Jocelyn had been about to promise to take Lucy Maud in for shots and a veterinary exam immediately, but Marty's remark stopped the words in her throat. "You knew Opal?" she asked raggedly, after a moment or two of recovery. Marty nodded. "We're good friends," she replied. Jocelyn caught her breath. "Then you're in contact with Opal?" "Oh, sure," Marty said. "She's been living in Great Falls for years with her sister-in-law. Got married once, Opal did, but the fella didn't live long." Jocelyn's heartbeat sped up a little. She opened her mouth, closed it again, unable to speak. That cagey look was back in Marty's eyes, but this time it wasn't as friendly as before, and recognition gradually dawned right along with it. "You said your name when I came in, but I didn't register it," she murmured. "You're Elliot Rossiter's stepdaughter. I thought I'd seen you somewhere before." Jocelyn swallowed hard. Short of apologizing for who she was, which she didn't intend to do, she didn't know what to say. In an instant, though, Marty's face changed again, and she was once more the friendly, take-charge person who ran the Pause for Reflection animal shelter. She rested a hand on Jocelyn's shoulder, lightly and briefly, and her smile conveyed both sadness and warmth. "I heard you were back in Parable, but I guess it slipped my mind," the older woman said. "I'm just so darned busy all the time." Jocelyn had to ask the question, though she dreaded the answer. Did he cheat you too?" Marty gave a grim little nod of confirmation. "We turned over our life savings to that rascal, Charlie and me," she replied. "Charlie was my husband at the time. We'd known the Rossiter family forever, Charlie and I, and we never dreamed Elliot wasn't on the up and up. His people were fine, upright folks. Just the same, we lost practically every nickel we had." "I'm so sorry," Jocelyn croaked. "Don't be," Marty replied stalwartly. "It wasn't your fault. It was mine and Charlie's and Elliot's. Anyhow, I got a whopper of a check in the mail a few weeks back. Even after splitting it with Charlie, we're divorced now. It's a pile. Without it, I'd have had to close the shelter by now, most likely, and that would have broken my heart for sure." A pause. "Seems like everything worked out for the best in the end." Jocelyn wondered if she'd ever hear all the stories. Each of Elliot's victims had one, of course, even if she stayed in Parable for the rest of her life. Not that she had any intention of doing that. She just hadn't figured out an alternative yet. "Some good comes out of just about everything, I guess," Marty said. With that, she shook Jocelyn's hand again and turned to leave the office. "I'll take Lucy Maud in for a checkup as soon as possible," Jocelyn called after her. "You do that," Marty replied kindly. And then she was gone. Jocelyn went to her desk, logged on to Kendra's computer using the password her friend had given her before she left, and did her best to respond to the various non-personal emails that had been collecting in the virtual mailbox. Fortunately, there weren't many of those, but finding the answers took a while, because Kendra hadn't had time to show Jocelyn the ropes. By mid-afternoon, she was all over the internet, looking for real estate classes. Clearly, if she was going to get anything done around here, she needed a license. She found an online course, vetted it with the state of Montana to make sure the school was legit, and signed up. The first files arrived minutes later via email, and she printed them out to study later, after closing time. Kendra called at a little after 4. She had a 2-hour layover in New York, and then she'd be on her way to London. She sounded numb, as though she were reading a prepared speech. Jocelyn ached for her friend, wished she or someone were making the trip with Kendra, lending moral support. "I'll be here," she said. "If you need to talk, call me, and don't worry about what time it is." Kendra gave a small, broken-sounding sigh. "Okay," she said in the same wooden tone. "Thanks." "Kendra," Jocelyn began, about to suggest that making this trip might not be such a good idea after all, and maybe she should just turn right around and come back home. But there was a click on the other end, and the connection was broken. Slowly, Jocelyn hung up the receiver and sat perfectly still for a few long moments, worrying about Kendra. After that, she rooted through the bookshelves for procedure manuals and did her best to familiarize herself with the inner workings of Shepherd real estate. There was a lot to take in. Fortunately, she was a quick learner and always had been. At 5:15, she locked the front entrance, turned out the lamps, and made her way through the kitchen to the little apartment that had once been Opal's. Lucy Maud greeted her with a purr that sounded like a lawnmower starting up, and weaved her silken body between Jocelyn's ankles. With a chuckle, and being careful not to trip over the cat's continuous figure-8s around her feet, Jocelyn opened up a cupboard, found the familiar mishmash of dishes Opal had collected over the years, and helped herself to a bowl with a chip on the rim. She filled it with a mixture of canned cat food and dry kibble, and set it down next to the water dish she'd put out earlier. Lucy Maud, tail twitching, ate ravenously. The animal was eating for 2, after all, or 6 or 8. Jocelyn sighed. "You might as well know that it's a 99% certainty that we'll be moving on one of these days," she told the cat, who ignored her and continued to eat. "Parable is a nice enough place if you really belong, but my guess is we're just passing through, so don't get too comfortable here." Naturally, Lucy Maud didn't answer. She didn't even look up from her food. When her cell phone jangled in the depths of her purse, Jocelyn was glad of the distraction, because the thought of leaving town for good left her feeling strangely bereft. "Hello," she said, without looking at the caller ID panel first. "Is that my Jossie girl?" Opal asked, big-voiced and hearty, the way she'd always been. Tears of joy filled Jocelyn's eyes in the space of an instant. "Opal?" she cried. "Who else?" Opal retorted good-naturedly. Jocelyn found her way to the easy chair and sank into it, the phone pressed hard against her ear. "Oh, Opal," she said, as Lucy Maud finished her supper and began an elaborate grooming ritual. "I can't believe it's you." "Believe it," Opal said, sounding gruff now. "My friend Marty called a little while ago, said my name came up in conversation, and from your reaction, she got the idea you might want to talk with me. I called the office right away, but nobody answered, so I tried this number, and here we are, yammering away, just like old times." A single tear trickled down Jocelyn's right cheek, and she didn't bother to wipe it away. "How are you, Opal?" she asked, almost whispering the question. "I'm just fine," Opal replied, with her usual staunch conviction. "Moving a little slower, maybe, and with a few more aches and pains than before, but for the most part I'm as sturdy as a plow horse." She paused, chuckled warmly. "Probably way about the same as one, too." Jocelyn smiled. "That's good," she said. "It's good that I weigh as much as a plow horse?" Opal joked. Jocelyn laughed, but it came out sounding like a cross between a gulp and a sob. "That you're fine," she clarified. "How about you?" Opal wanted to know. "You doing all right, sweetheart?" "I'm getting by," Jocelyn said, because she'd never been able to lie to Opal, except by omission, and even that didn't always work, because Opal was perceptive to an almost preternatural degree. "Getting by," Opal repeated, clearly disappointed. "I'm not sure I like the sound of that girl. You married yet? Got any little ones?" Jocelyn shook her head before remembering that Opal couldn't see the gesture. "No," she said. "I haven't really had time for that." "Well, you better make time then, hadn't you? You're not getting any younger, you know." Jocelyn laughed again, but this time it was genuine. It was a release, like a good sneeze. "Fine," she agreed cheerfully. "I'll go out and hog-tie a husband as soon as we hang up. Get pregnant on the honeymoon." Opal laughed too. Was there just a trace of tears in the sound? "What the Sam Hill are you doing back in Parable?" the older woman asked without further ado. So much for chit-chat. Jocelyn fidgeted. The question had been inevitable, of course. "I'm trying to set some things right, I guess." "What sort of things?" Opal asked warily. Jocelyn hesitated long enough to draw in a deep, steadying breath, and thrust it out again in the form of a ragged sigh. "You know," she said finally. "Elliot did so much damage here, Opal. He hurt so many people." "And how is that your responsibility?" Opal retorted crisply, but with the old stalwart caring she'd always shown Jocelyn and her mother. "It's not," Jocelyn replied, sadly defensive. "But someone needs to make amends, don't they? If they can, that is." "Well," Opal said, after a few moments of silent rumination, her tone softer now, "in my opinion, you're way off base. But it's a gift from God himself to hear your voice again, just the same." A pause. "How's your mama doing these days?" Jocelyn told Opal about Dana's new life in Santa Fe with her artist husband, Brian. "That's mighty good to know," Opal replied, sounding gratified when Jocelyn had finished. "I always liked Dana. Thought she was half again too good for Elliot Rossiter, though she sure enough seemed to love the man." "She did," Jocelyn affirmed, thick-throated again as she remembered the happy times before Elliot's greed took over. Given that Opal had been working for the Rossiter family long before Jocelyn and her mother came on the scene, it was significant that she still regarded Dana so highly. After all, there were people, like Cookie Jean Crown, who thought Elliot stole to keep his wife and stepdaughter living the good life. He'd outfitted Dana in designer clothes and taken her on expensive vacations all over the world, often by chartered jet, and Jocelyn had lacked for nothing, either as a little girl or as a teenager. So maybe there was some truth to the idea. "I've got half a mind to come and see you," Opal announced. "You happen to have a place to put me?" Again Jocelyn laughed. Again her eyes stung. "Are you serious, Opal? A visit from you would mean the world to me right now." "'Course I'm serious," Opal said decisively. You think I'm talking to hear my head rattle? Why, I can hop a bus with no trouble at all. I'll just throw a few things in that old suitcase of mine, buy me a ticket, and be on my way." She sounded just like her normal take-charge self. "Does the bus still stop at the service station, right there on Main Street, just across from the Butter Biscuit Cafe?" "Probably," Jocelyn answered, thinking fast. Opal could stay in the guest house, since it wasn't occupied at the moment. "Wherever it stops, I'll be there to pick you up. Just let me know when you'll be arriving." "I'll get right back to you," Opal said. 20 minutes later, she did just that. It turned out that the bus still came through Parable every afternoon at 3:45 sharp. And if there were passengers to let off or take on, it made a half-hour stop at the gas station, so travelers could stretch their legs or grab a bite to eat over at the Butter Biscuit. Opal promised to be on board tomorrow's bus. As soon as they'd hung up for a second time, Jocelyn speed-dialed her mother's number in Santa Fe and spilled the news of Opal's impending arrival like an armload of Mexican jumping beans. Dana was as delighted as Jocelyn had been. "That's wonderful, sweetheart," she said, with a throaty laugh. "And may I say, it's good to hear you sounding, well, happy." Jocelyn blinked. Didn't she usually sound happy? Okay, sure, the last few years had been challenging. She'd worked too hard and gotten too lonely. But she hadn't been unhappy, had she? She decided to let the remark pass. "Why don't you join us, Opal and me?" she asked. "Here in Parable, I mean." Dana sighed. "Oh, honey, I'd love to see you and Opal, but Brian has a big gallery showing coming up in just 2 weeks in Chicago, and we're both in an absolute frenzy, trying to get everything crated and ready for shipment." Jocelyn closed her eyes for a moment, opened them again. "Oh," she said, unable to hide her disappointment. There was a brief, injured silence on the other end of the line. "You think the show is just an excuse, that I'm afraid to come back to Parable after all that happened, don't you?" Dana asked, gently and without rancor. "Of course not, Mom," Jocelyn answered, just as gently. "I know you're not a liar." Dana let out a long breath. "We can't afford for Brian to miss this show," she went on. "He has a handful of dedicated collectors in Chicago, and with the economy the way it is, and art being regarded as a luxury—" "I understand, Mom," Jocelyn said. And she did. In boom times, Brian could hardly keep up with his commissions. Portraits and landscapes were the meat and potatoes, colorful abstracts the gravy. These days, that gravy was probably pretty thin. Dana's voice brightened. "I'll come for a visit after Brian's show," she said. "Tell Opal I've missed her, and I'll be in touch very soon to plan some kind of get-together for all 3 of us." "Sure," Jocelyn replied. They chatted a little while longer and said their goodbyes. Within half an hour, Jocelyn's stomach was grumbling, reminding her that she'd skipped lunch. She didn't feel right about raiding Kendra's freezer and pantry, even though she knew her friend wouldn't mind in the least. And the few things she'd left in the guest-house refrigerator held no attraction whatsoever. She didn't feel like cooking anyway. On impulse, Jocelyn decided to make a quick run to the Butter Biscuit Cafe, where she'd eaten with Hutch the day before, and ordered takeout. She was in the mood for comfort food, something Opal might have made, like fried chicken and mashed potatoes and gravy. Yikes. Just the thought of all those fat grams made her clothes feel tighter. Still, When was the last time she'd indulged herself this way? Over the past few years, she'd done nothing but work and worry. And her doctor in Phoenix had advised her to put on 10 pounds, hadn't he? She figured this one meal would be good for 5. "I'll be right back," she promised Lucy Maud, after filling the cat's bowl with kibble and refreshing the contents of her water dish at the apartment sink. 5 minutes later, Jocelyn pulled into the parking lot beside the Butter Biscuit Cafe. The station where Opal's bus would stop was directly across the street, dusty and in need of a paint job. Jocelyn smiled, imagining the reunion, and at the same time making a to-do list in her head. Change the sheets in the guest-house bedroom, clean the bathroom, give the place a good dusting and vacuuming, pick a bouquet of flowers from Kendra's gardens to provide a bright splash of welcome. The Butter Biscuit was bustling with customers, and all the tables were full. Excited, dizzy with plans, Jocelyn didn't immediately register the identity of the tall man standing next to the cash register, flanked by a model beautiful woman with an amazing head of auburn hair and a very pretty young girl. Slade Barlow gave Jocelyn one of those slight, tilted grins that made her nerves jump to attention, and then drawled a quiet hello. Jocelyn felt jarred. Running into Slade was something a person needed to prepare for, but she managed to smile and said hello back. He introduced her to his ex-wife, Lane, and his stepdaughter, Shay. Lane eyed her thoughtfully, though not rudely, and smiled to herself. Shay, the teenager, was the outgoing type. "We're here for the meatloaf special," she said. "Dad says it's worth waiting for." Her eyes were pale violet in color, and they shone with vivacity. "Maybe you'd like to sit with us?" "I was planning on takeout," Jocelyn said lamely. "Lots to do at home." A wry twinkle flashed in Slade's blue eyes. "Next time, then," he said. Jocelyn helped herself to a menu and studied it as though it were the Rosetta Stone. "Sure," she agreed distractedly. "Next time." Chapter 12. Even after she fled the restaurant with a couple of foam food containers in hand, Jocelyn Kirk's image stuck in the back of Slade's mind, as surely as if it had been tattooed there, in full color and 3+ dimensions. He could still smell the flowery scent of her hair. Essie, having apparently forgiven him for his part in the near set-to with Hutch the day before, right there in her place of business, smiled and sent 2 waitresses scurrying to clear and wipe down the first table that opened up, and he and Lane and Shay were seated promptly. They'd invited Callie to come along, but she'd politely begged off, since it was her week to host the game of ladies-only poker. "With Mom," he'd told a visibly relieved Lane. "Nothing comes before 5-card stud." "You haven't heard a word we've said over the last 20 minutes, Lane remarked now, without challenge, when Shay excused herself from the meatloaf special to take a call on her fancy smartphone, and thereby left the 2 of them alone at their table. As sheriff, Slade had been known to work 20 hours at a stretch when circumstances warranted, but he figured grid searches and long, boring stakeouts had nothing on shopping with 2 women all day. He'd have sworn they'd hit every store in Great Falls since morning, he and Lane and Shay, picking out furniture, electronics, towels and sheets, pots and pans, everything a person needed to outfit a house, according to them. Essie's meatloaf special was about the only thing he could think of that would have gotten him to leave the ranch house and Lucky Jasper, whom he'd left snoozing in that fancy dog bed with his name stitched onto it. "You always said that was our main problem," Slade remarked. knowing his response was a mite late, but too tired to care. "That I didn't listen to you, I mean." "You didn't," Lane insisted, smiling. "I used to test you, just to prove the theory. I'd say things like, 'There are 3 pink elephants stomping down the flower beds in the backyard,' and you'd reply, distractedly, of course, that was fine, just fine." Slade took a sip of his coffee and gave an idle grin. "So it was a setup all along," he teased. A brief silence descended then, the kind that settles between two friends with nothing to prove to each other. "That woman we met while we were waiting for a table," Lane said, after scanning the surrounding area to make sure Shay was out of earshot, and none of the other diners were bending an ear in their direction. "Jocelyn, you said her name was?" As if she'd forgotten. Lane had been chomping at the bit to ask about Jocelyn ever since they'd run into her up front. Slade set down his cup. "Yes," he said moderately. "Jocelyn." "You like her," Lane said. Slade shifted in his chair. "Sure I like her," he answered. "We grew up together, sort of." "Even sort of is a stretch, Cowboy," he chided himself inside his weary brain. "And you know it. Jocelyn was silk and diamonds, and you were leather and burlap." "No," Lane said, eyes twinkling. "I meant you like her." The attraction was only slightly less noticeable than a billboard with moving parts and flashing lights. And I'd say from the way she turned pink and dived into that menu like it contained next week's winning lottery numbers, it's mutual. Slade was vaguely uncomfortable with the turn the conversation had taken. He wished Shay would finish her call. She was still over there by the silent jukebox, chattering away, her expression animated, and come back to the table. But of course she didn't. That would have made things way too easy for him. He pretended an interest in what was left of his meatloaf. Lane chuckled. "So are you going to do anything about this, Slade? Or do you plan to stand around being the strong, silent type until Jocelyn gives up on you and finds herself another guy?" "Why the sudden interest in my love life?" Slade snapped, careful to keep his voice down. Parable being a small town, there would be enough gossip about Lane's visit. No need to give folks anything extra to chew on. "I want you to be happy," Lane said, pretending to be hurt. "What's wrong with that?" "Did it ever occur to you that being single and being happy might not be mutually exclusive?" Slade countered. "And what makes you think I'm not happy?" Lane sighed. "That apartment you've been living in, for starters. I know your tastes run more toward beer than champagne, but that place is depressing. A blow-up bed, for pity's sake? Sheets covering the windows instead of drapes? And that carpet. I'm pretty sure that color is banned in California." "This isn't California," Slade pointed out peevishly. "And would you mind keeping it down to a dull roar?" Lane merely sighed and shook her head, regarding him with what looked like tender amusement. "Some men are meant to be married," she said, with quiet certainty. "They're born to be heads of households, pillars of the community, guardians of all that's right and good. They make ideal husbands and fathers. And you're one of those men, Slade." Slade cleared his throat. "That's an interesting observation, coming from you," he said. There was no need to come right out and say that the divorce had been her idea, not his. He'd have stuck it out come hell or high water, if only for Shay's sake. Which wasn't necessarily a good thing, he realized now. There were times when it was better to cut your losses and run. "Ouch," Lane responded, making a face. Slade didn't say anything. He'd not only depleted his quota of words for the day, he was well into tomorrow's. "You married me because you wanted to be Shay's father," Lane continued presently, unruffled. "Not because you wanted to be my husband." Since there was some truth in that statement, Slade didn't refute it. He'd thought he loved Lane when they got together. But it had been Shay he'd been smitten with. Shay and the idea of being somebody's dad. It was relatively uncomplicated. That couldn't have been said, however, about what he'd felt for Lane. He supposed that had been more about hormones and the person he'd wanted her to be. The simple fact was, he liked Lane, the way he liked Kendra and Boone Taylor and Maggie Landers, among others, as a friend. "This Bentley yahoo," he said, after casting another glance in Shay's direction. She was still talking on the cell, and the way she sparkled all over. He'd have bet there was a boy on the other end of that conversation. "He's all right." "He's wonderful," Lane answered, and a dreamy look shimmered in her eyes, only to be replaced by a mischievous twinkle. "Plus, he listens to me," she added. Slade frowned and inclined his head toward Shay once again. "Does she always spend this much time on the phone?" Lane grinned. "Separation anxiety," she said. "She's missing her friends back in L.A., that's all. It'll pass." "I hope so," Slade replied. "It isn't natural for a kid to go around with a hunk of plastic glued to their ear." "These days it is," Lane answered lightly, pushing her plate away, folding her arms, and resting them on the tabletop. "Shay's on her best behavior right now, because she wants to impress you, and she's angling for a horse. But just you wait, Dad. Under that sunny exterior lurks a bona fide, card-carrying teenager. You've got your work cut out for you, at least for the rest of the summer." Shay ended the call at long last and started toward them. Slade smiled at the child he would always think of as his daughter, no matter what kind of shenanigans she might pull. "A horse," he said, musing aloud. "Might be just what she needs right now." Back home in the maid's quarters off Kendra's kitchen, Jocelyn set her takeout meal on the tiny table and nodded in acknowledgement to Lucy Maud's meow. "I was all set to pig out," she told the cat ruefully. "And then I ran into Slade Barlow, his ex-wife, and his stepdaughter. I'm telling you, that woman, his ex, looks like a movie star, or even some kind of goddess." Boldly, Lucy Maud leaped up onto the table and sniffed at the boxes containing the fried chicken dinner, complete with mashed potatoes and gravy and green beans boiled up country style with onions and bacon, Jocelyn had picked up at the Butter Biscuit Cafe just minutes before. With a gentle motion of one hand, she shooed the cat off the table. "Frankly," she went on, "I've mostly lost my appetite." She began to pace, arms folded. "No man in his right mind would divorce that woman," she prattled on, needing to vent, since she might just burst if she didn't. "Which means she must have kicked him to the curb, which means there's probably something wrong with him." Lucy Maud gave her a look that seemed almost pitying, and bounded gracefully up onto the back of the armchair. "Meow," she said. "You're totally right, of course," Jocelyn admitted. "I'm jumping to conclusions here." A tight-lipped pause. I'm also talking to a cat. Again. Lucy Maud, I have got to get a life. Meow, Lucy Maud repeated, and began to groom one delicate forepaw. Suddenly, Jocelyn had to laugh. At herself, at her situation, at the world in general. "Any suggestions?" she asked the cat. "On where I might pick up a life, I mean?" As far as Lucy Maud was concerned, it appeared she was on her own. So Jocelyn wiped down the table, washed her hands at the sink, and took a plate from the cupboard, flatware from a drawer. Then she sat herself down and resolutely ate her supper. Some of it, anyway. After stowing the leftovers in the minuscule fridge, she washed the plate and the silverware she'd used, rinsed them, and left them to dry in the drain board. Next, she spent 2 full hours going through the already clean guest cottage like a human whirlwind, scrubbing everything, whether it needed it or not, so the place would be ship-shape for Opal. After that, she read over the printout of the first lesson in her online real estate course, doing plenty of highlighting, following up with a long, luxurious bubble bath. Then she finally crawled into bed, taking several minutes to get settled. When she finally came to rest on her side, Lucy Maud curled up behind her knees, purring contentedly. Sleeping, even when she was exhausted, was usually a challenge for Jocelyn. But that night was the exception. She dropped into the innermost depths of her mind like a sinking stone, and didn't surface again until morning. Face full of sunlight, she sat bolt upright as all the puzzle pieces of consciousness settled back into their proper places, and a surge of joy rushed through her. Today was the day. Opal would arrive in Parable for a visit. Opal, the cherished friend and second mother she'd missed so much and feared she might never see again. They'd chatter like magpies, she thought happily, catching each other up on everything that had happened since they'd parted ways. And for a few days at least, she, Jocelyn, would have someone to talk to besides her cat. It was a thrilling prospect. She dressed quickly, donning the black and white sundress she'd bought to wear to Kendra's barbecue, fed Lucy Maud her breakfast, and headed for the office to unlock the front door and boot up her computer. She'd just finished making an appointment for Lucy Maud at the veterinary clinic when the desk phone rang. "Shepherd Real Estate," she answered sunnily. "May I help you?" "Probably not," Kendra replied, with a tired smile in her voice. "But you've got the makings of a first-class receptionist, overqualified though you are." Jocelyn spoke carefully. "How was your flight?" "Long," Kendra said. "I checked into my hotel and slept for a few hours, but I'm still pretty jet-lagged. Jeffrey's brother Dennis is on his way over right now. He's going to drive me to the hospital for a visit." "Oh, Kendra," Jocelyn whispered. "This is hard," Kendra confided. "On the one hand, I know I have to see Jeffrey and hear what he has to say, or I'll always wonder and wish I'd done things differently. On the other, I want to run as far and as fast as I can." "I know the feeling," Jocelyn agreed gently. Returning to Parable was like that for her, and so in a way was the crazy mixed-up way Slade Barlow seemed to affect her. She was at once drawn to him and terrified of all he might cause her to feel, not just physically, but emotionally too. "Just take it one step at a time, Kendra, and be kind to yourself along the way, okay?" "Okay," Kendra said with another sigh. After a few moments she added, "Tell me something wonderful, Joss. I could really stand to hear some good news." "Opal is coming for a visit," Jocelyn replied immediately, brightening. "Can you believe it? After all this time, we're finally reconnecting." She paused. "I invited her to stay in the guest cottage, since I'm sleeping in the main house while you're away. That's all right with you, isn't it?" "Of course it is," Kendra responded, with more spirit than before. "Opal was always so kind to me. Remember how she used to give us cookies and milk after school, and tell us all those long, involved stories about when she was a little girl in Arkansas?" "I remember," Jocelyn said softly. Back then, Opal, quick to recognize that Kendra was a little girl lost in so many ways, had taken the child under her wing, loved and protected her as fiercely as she had Jocelyn. "I think she's only planning to be here for a couple of days." "You tell Opal she can stay as long as she wants," Kendra said. "I'll do that," Jocelyn answered. They discussed the few telephone and email messages that had come in since they last spoke. Jocelyn mentioned that she'd begun studying for the real estate license exam, a plan Kendra readily approved and encouraged her to pursue during working hours when there was time. And then they rang off. Jocelyn had a hollow feeling in the center of her chest as she let Kendra go, wishing she could have done something, said something, anything to make things easier for her friend. The morning raced by, and on her lunch hour, Jocelyn ventured out to raid Kendra's gardens. She gathered a bouquet of brightly colored zinnias, daylilies, and roses, arranging the flowers in a pretty glass vase she found in the pantry of the main house, and set the works on the bedside table out in the cottage. She was standing back to admire the display when she heard the sound of an engine and big tires grinding their way through the white gravel in the driveway. She went outside and found Hutch there, just getting out of his truck. His expression had all the cozy warmth of an impending tornado. "Is it true that Kendra took off for England?" he demanded, bypassing hello completely and shoving a hand through his already rumpled hair as he approached Jocelyn. Jocelyn folded her arms and dug in her heels just a little. "Yes," she said, "although I wouldn't exactly say she took off. You made it sound like Kendra did something wrong by going, and she didn't." Hutch thrust out a sigh. "Talk around town is, she's gone back to her ex-husband," he said, looking so miserable in that moment that Jocelyn immediately softened toward him. Jocelyn bit her lip, wondering how much she should say. Kendra's reasons for making the trip to Britain were private ones, but Hutch looked as though he'd been sucker-punched. He was even a little pale under that riding-the-range tan of his. And he was her friend, too. "It's not a reconciliation," she said very quietly. "Jeffrey's seriously ill, Hutch. Dying from the sound of things." Hutch's face changed, tightening a little, then relaxed as if by force of will. He muttered an exclamation, and his shoulders sagged slightly. Jocelyn reached out, touched his upper arm. She wanted to comfort him, but she'd probably already said more than she should have, so she held her tongue. "What if she doesn't come back?" The question came from somewhere so deep inside Hutch that it sounded raw when he voiced it. And Jocelyn saw immediately that he'd have taken the words back if he could have, which was probably why she went ahead and pretended he hadn't said them in the first place. Having nothing more to say, evidently, Hutch turned and started back toward the still open door of his truck, climbed in, and started the rig up again with a roar. He raised a hand in brief farewell, and then he drove away. Jocelyn stood there in the driveway for a few moments, biting her lower lip and pondering Hutch's words as the dust slowly settled behind his truck. It was obvious that he still cared for Kendra, though he'd probably never admit as much, as proud and stubborn as he was. And Kendra, who so obviously carried a torch for him, wasn't likely to fess up either. What a waste, Jocelyn thought, as she returned to the main house. There was just no figuring some people out. The irony of that reflection would only occur to her later, much later. At 3:45 that afternoon, the bus pulled in, diesel fumes huffing from its exhaust pipe, directly in front of the filling station on Main Street. Jocelyn waited in the shade near the front door, beaming in anticipation. 3 passengers got off the bus, 2 young girls and an elderly man, followed by the driver, before Opal finally stepped down, tall and gray with her big patent leather purse pressed hard against her side. She wore wire-rimmed glasses and a church-going hat with a wisp of a veil, and her shoes were freshly polished. Her crisp cotton dress, a bright floral concoction of magenta and orange and turquoise, didn't have a wrinkle in it, even though she'd traveled for some distance. Jocelyn hesitated, then hurried over to Opal, and the two of them hugged and cried and laughed, all at the same time. The bus driver got impatient, waiting for Opal to point out which of the bags jammed into the undercarriage of the dusty-sided coach was hers, and she said in her kindly, authoritative way, "Oh, just hold your horses for a minute, young fella." The young fella was probably pushing 50, but he looked as chagrined as a schoolboy as he stood there, sweltering in his too-tight uniform. "Look at you," Opal said, holding her at arm's length, her strong hands gripping Jocelyn's shoulders as she gave her a grandmotherly once-over. "You're too thin. You need some of my good cooking, that's what you need." Jocelyn laughed again and swiped at her right cheek with the back of one hand. "It's so good to see you, Opal." Opal took pity on the bus driver then and told him the brown suitcase in the front, wedged in there between the 2 duct-tape coolers, was hers. He unloaded it for her, and Jocelyn took it from there, lugging the bag over to her car, raising the trunk lid with a press of one of the buttons on her key fob, and hoisting the baggage inside. Opal glanced around her. "This town doesn't look any different than it did when we lit out of here, you and your mama and me," she observed dryly. "It's still 40 miles up the back end of nowhere." Her brown gaze swung straight to Jocelyn's face then and connected. "You mind telling me what the heck you think you're doing, coming back here?" "Later," Jocelyn promised. "Let's get you settled first." "Not much settling to do," Opal allowed, as she opened the front passenger side door to get into Jocelyn's car. "I only brought a few things from home, since I'm not planning to impose on you for more than a couple of days." "You can stay as long as you like," Jocelyn said. "Kendra asked me to let you know that." "Where's she?" Opal asked, looking around again. "Busy working?" Jocelyn, seated behind the wheel, key in hand, drank in the sight of her old friend for a long moment. "Kendra's in England at the moment," she said. "England?" Opal echoed, sternly baffled. Jocelyn might as well have said Kendra had stepped into a parallel universe from the woman's expression. "What's she doing way over there?" "Long story," Jocelyn replied. "It'll take hours to tell you everything." She smiled, started the engine. "Let's go home." Once the furniture had been delivered to the ranch house, and the place was beginning to look like flesh-and-blood people lived there instead of just ghosts, Lane announced that she'd be heading back to L.A. the following day. She missed Bentley, and she didn't want to be away from her homestaging business for too long. Slade noticed that his ex-wife was watching Shay closely as she spoke, there in the box-cluttered kitchen, probably trying to gauge the girl's reaction to being left behind. Shay, her dark hair clipped in a wad on the top of her head and fanning out from there like a rooster's tail, grinned at her mother. She was wearing jeans and a pink tank top, and there was a smudge of dust on her right cheek. She'd been busy. Is this the part where I throw myself on the floor, wrap both arms around your ankles, and beg you not to go, Mommy dearest?" she asked Lael pertly. Slade, just home from work, smiled into the cup of coffee Shay had handed him the moment he'd come through the back door. Her welcome had only been slightly less enthusiastic than Jasper's. "Smart Alec," Lael said good-naturedly, putting her hands on her hips. Like Shay, she was dressed for housework, not her favorite enterprise, if Slade recalled correctly. Shay laughed and slipped a daughterly arm around Slade's waist, resting her head against his shoulder for a moment. "Dad will take good care of me," she said. "Won't you, Dad?" She looked up into his face when she asked that question, and Slade felt something scrape at the back of his heart. "Bet on it," he said, somewhat gruffly. Then he straightened. "Which is not to say there aren't going to be any rules, because there are." Shay frowned, wrinkling her turned-up nose, narrowing her eyes a little. "Rules?" she countered. "What kind of rules?" "The usual," Slade said, after exchanging glances with Lael. Lael smiled, amused, maybe even a little smug. "Such as?" Shay persisted, still studying his face. Her arm had dropped to her side, though, and she'd put a step or two between them. "No climbing the water tower in town," Slade began, setting his coffee aside to count on his fingers. "No friends over when I'm not around. No spending hours texting, watching TV, or surfing the net." Shay frowned. "I wasn't planning on climbing the water tower," she said. "It's not as if I'm stupid or anything." Lael folded her arms and watched the exchange, her expression still merry. Slade noticed his stepdaughter hadn't commented on the remaining rules. "There's more," he said. "You have to clean up after yourself. No leaving the bathroom looking like a cyclone just hit it. And if you want to keep using that cell phone of yours, you'll need a job to pay for the service." Shay blinked. "Where am I supposed to get a job?" she asked. "Mom's always looking for somebody to sweep out the shop and book appointments," he said. "You might start by asking her." Shay stared at him. "You mean like sweeping up people's hair and stuff?" "That's the general idea," Slade said. "Mom just gives me an allowance," Shay replied. Slade glanced at Lael, smiled. "For doing what?" Shay looked honestly confused. "For being her kid," she murmured. "Nice work if you can get it," Slade told the girl. "I think I'd like to get back to our hotel room and start packing for the trip," Lael interjected cheerfully, twinkling at Slade. "Shall I drop Shay off at your office on my way to the airport?" Slade looked to Shay for an answer, instead of giving one himself. The chances seemed pretty good that Shay would change her mind about staying in Parable, now that she knew she wasn't going to be able to do anything she pleased. But the kid flashed the kind of smile that probably set the young bucks of her acquaintance back on their heels. "I could just stay here with Dad and Jasper," she said. "My room is almost ready, after all. Soon as those new sheets come out of the dryer, I can make up my bed." "Best you spend one more night with your mother," Slade said, after clearing his throat. Oddly, his eyes smarted a little, and he reached for his coffee again, needing to be busy with something. "Since you won't see her again for a while." Shay sighed. Lael gave Slade a grateful look. And that was that. Shay left with Lael in the rental car. Slade finished his coffee, set the cup in the sink, and looked around at the jumble of new stuff. Dishes, a toaster oven, an electric mixer, for Pete's sake, that still needed to be put away. Then he looked down at Jasper, who was wagging his tail in happy anticipation of whatever development might come next. Slade laughed and bent to rumple the dog's ears. "Come on," he said. "Let's go outside and take in some of those wide-open spaces Montana is so famous for." Jasper took to the idea right off. They wound up down by the creek, watching the water rush by, bending its way around rocks, sunlight dancing on its surface. The moment was close to perfect, until Hutch Carmody ruined it by driving up in the rattletrap old truck of his. With his money, Slade thought, you'd think the man would drive a decent rig. Slade set his jaw. "Now what?" he muttered to Jasper. Hutch parked the truck and came down the bank toward Slade and the dog. Jasper wagged a greeting and allowed Hutch to scratch him behind the ears. "What do you want?" Slade asked, not being one for small talk. Hutch laughed, but the raspy sound wasn't reflected in his eyes. "Now, that just ain't neighborly," he replied, laying on the hick vernacular. "We aren't neighbors," Slade pointed out. "We aren't a lot of things," Hutch answered brusquely. He made a point of taking in the creek, the expanse of good grazing land, fringed at the horizon by tall pine and fir trees. "Nice place," he added. "It'll do for the time being," Slade said. He knew why his half-brother was there, to take another stab at talking him into selling his share of the Whisper Creek spread. What he didn't know was why the idea of letting go of a place he'd never wanted in the first place got under his hide the way it did. Hutch was offering a price that was more than fair, after all, and Slade could understand why the man wanted to own that land outright, instead of sharing it with a brother he'd have preferred to ignore. Now Hutch sighed and watched the creek flow for a few moments, as though he found some fascination in it, and maybe he did. It was a beautiful thing to see, that ribbon of moving light. "I've got a proposition for you, Slade," he finally said, his gaze direct now. "What kind of proposition?" Slade asked. In spite of himself, he was intrigued. "If it's more money, you can forget it. I've got all I'd need for 10 lifetimes, let alone the one I've got." Hutch smiled, but again there was no friendliness in him anywhere, just a quiet persistence that matched Slade's own. "I'm talking about a horse race," he said. Slade was surprised, though he did his best not to show it. "I don't own a horse," he said, and then felt foolish for stating the obvious. "You might want to acquire one then," Hutch replied easily. "The sooner the better." "What the hell are you getting at, Carmody?" Hutch bent down, picked up a stick, and tossed it for Jasper, who dashed after it, joy on 4 legs. "Like I said," answered John Carmody's legitimate son and heir, "I'm proposing a horse race. If you win, I'll move out of the main ranch house at Whisper Creek, build a place of my own, or bring in a trailer or something, and you can live there instead. We'd share the responsibility for the operation 50-50. If I win, which I admit is a sight more likely in my opinion, you accept the offer I made you, and the spread is all mine." Slade narrowed his eyes. Hutch had practically been born on a horse, but Slade could ride all right. "When would this race take place?" he asked. Hutch shrugged one shoulder, grinned, and bent to take the stick Jasper had brought back to him, and much to the dog's delight, give it another throw. "I figure you need a while to practice, if this is going to be fair," he said affably, though there was an edge to his tone, and the light in his eyes was cold as January creek water. "So I think we ought to wait till Labor Day weekend. We'll figure out the details in the meantime." Slade unclamped his back molars. Hutch made it sound as if he was some kind of greenhorn, playing at being a cowboy. The fact was, though, that Slade had won his share of rodeo events over the years. He'd ridden bad broncos and even badder bulls, and he'd been pretty fair at roping, too. He'd just never felt he could justify the expense of keeping a horse. He looked Hutch straight in the eye, waited a beat before speaking. "Little brother," he said, "you're on." Chapter 13. "Truth is," Opal said forthrightly, as she and Jocelyn sat drinking tea at the big table in Kendra's kitchen, "I miss working for a living, like I always did. Willie left me well fixed, but don't you know, girl, I'm too young to be retired. And there are days when that sister-in-law of mine drives me straight up the wall." Jocelyn smiled. She still couldn't get over it. Opal was back, sitting right across from her, in the very room where they'd had so many other conversations over the years, some of them profound, most of them reassuringly ordinary. They'd been bringing each other up to date for some 45 minutes, and Opal had already related that she'd been briefly married to a fellow she met at church, and widowed only a year later. Her Willie, having enjoyed a long career as the manager of an auto parts store, had been a saver, and he'd made sure that both his wife and his sister were provided for when he passed away. "I've missed you," Jocelyn said. Opal reached out to pat Jocelyn's hand. Lucy Maud regarded them both from a third chair at the table, looking as though she expected a cup of tea for herself. "A day hasn't gone by when I didn't think about you and your mama," Opal replied. "I read about Elliot in the newspaper, how he died in jail and all, and I thought that was mighty sad, him ending up that way, especially when he came from such good people. Far as I could tell, there wasn't any kind of funeral or memorial service to go to, but I sure wondered how you and Dana were holding up. I'm no good with a computer. I don't see any point in learning how to work one of those things at this stage of the game, but I should have guessed you'd be in touch with Kendra." Jocelyn lowered her eyes. She knew all about computers, but she hadn't searched for Opal. Maybe she'd been afraid of what she'd find, and maybe she'd been too ashamed. Even though neither she nor her mother could be blamed for Elliot's criminal actions, she didn't feel entirely guiltless in the matter either. She'd certainly enjoyed all the perks of being a rich man's stepdaughter, living in a mansion, wearing the latest styles, driving a nice car as a teenager. One many hard-working adults wouldn't have been able to afford. Though she'd never know for sure. Her stepfather might have done what he did, at least partially, so he could go on indulging her every whim. Elliot had liked to show off his beautiful wife and his stepdaughter, and that took money. Opal seemed to be reading her mind. "It's right now that matters, honey," she said gently. "I reckon we both could have tried harder, but we had some healing up to do. Besides, it's not what happened yesterday or 10 years ago or what happens tomorrow that matters. All we've got, any of us, is now." Jocelyn nodded, swallowed. Looking back over her life, it seemed to her that she'd always acted as though she had forever to do the things she really wanted to do. Get married, have children, make new friends instead of being such a loner. Perhaps even build a business she could keep instead of selling. Slade Barlow came to mind then. He was never far away, and the mere thought of him made her blush. "What are you doing back here?" Opal asked, after refilling both their cups from the china teapot in the center of the table. Jocelyn chuckled, surprised that it had taken Opal this long to get back around to the subject, but at the same time, the threat of tears stung her eyes. "I've been wrestling with that question myself," she admitted. "I had the means to make some reparation for what Elliot did, so that was part of it. But now, well—" She paused to bite her lower lip before going on. "Now I'm beginning to wonder if it isn't because the words home and parable have always been interchangeable for me." Opal took that in, nodding. "Now we're getting somewhere," she said presently. "Guess I could say the same thing about this little town, that it feels like home, I mean. Great Falls is a real nice place to live, but Parable will always be the place where my life really began." She took a sip of tea, silent for a long moment as she relished it. Opal had always loved her tea, said it ran in her veins in place of blood. "Oh, I was born and raised in Arkansas, it's true," she went on finally. "But when I answered a newspaper ad and came out here to work for old Mrs. Rossiter, Elliot's grandmother, God rest her sweet soul, as a kind of lady's companion, I fit in right away." She smiled, remembering. "Back then, I was the only black person in Parable, maybe in the whole county. Folks were curious about me, no doubt about it, but they were generally kind, and I don't mind admitting I enjoyed the attention." "But you never married, until Willie, I mean." Opal shook her head. "Never met a man I wanted to share close quarters with before Willie." She smiled wistfully. "I was his princess bride," he always said. "Good as that marriage was, it was still an adjustment for both of us. He'd been a widower for 20 years, and I was a spinster, mighty set in my ways. But it worked for us. We made it work." Another pause came then, during which she studied Jocelyn thoughtfully before asking, "What about you? How does it happen that a pretty woman like you is still single?" "I guess I haven't met my Willie yet," she replied. "Are you hungry, Opal?" Opal shook her head. "I packed a lunch this morning before our neighbor drove me to the bus station. Ate it on the ride over here. I mostly have just toast and fruit in the mornings, and then I eat a pretty good-sized midday meal. That's enough food for me." Again she assessed Jocelyn. "I'd like to fatten you up a little, though." "Please don't try," Jocelyn said, only half kidding. "You know I can't resist your cooking, especially the baked goods. Anyway, you're not here to cook. You're a guest, Opal." "Be that as it may," Opal maintained staunchly, "there aren't many things I enjoy more than fixing up a good meal for somebody I care for." Opal's words touched Jocelyn, and a love of cooking was something they had in common. Opal had taught her the basics years before, and she'd taken it from there, watching TV chefs, poring over cookbooks, and experimenting on her own. She'd eaten well all along, but not, evidently, enough to suit either her doctor back in Phoenix or Opal. "That's the fun part," she agreed. "Preparing food and then sharing it with another person." Opal nodded, started to speak, and then yawned instead. After that, she blinked her eyes a couple of times behind the shining lenses of her snazzy modern glasses, smiled, and said, "Got up pretty early this morning. I didn't want to miss that bus." Jocelyn smiled. It wasn't yet 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but Opal did look worn out. "If you're sure you don't want any supper first, I'll walk you out to the guest house and you can settle in for the night." Opal laughed throatily. "I'm sure," she said, her dark eyes twinkling. "Trust me, if I'm hungry, I eat." A breath, a shake of the head. "The guest house, is it? My goodness. Only time I ever set foot in that place before was to get it ready for company. Now I am the company." "Absolutely," Jocelyn said. hugging Opal again once they'd both stood up. "Nothing but the best for you, my friend." "Silly girl," Opal retorted. But she looked and sounded pleased. "I'll get your suitcase," Jocelyn told her, heading for her car, parked at the top of the long driveway, to retrieve Opal's bag from the trunk. Opal followed, her polished shoes, now scuffed, crunching in the white gravel. Once she and Jocelyn were inside the cottage, Jocelyn led the way into the bedroom and set the suitcase on the bench at the foot of the brass bed. Opal admired the multicolored bouquet in the vase on the nightstand. "Flowers," she said. "You thought of everything." "There are plenty of clean towels," Jocelyn said, eager to make her friend comfortable. "And the coffee maker is set to start brewing promptly at 7 a.m. For as long as she'd known Opal, the woman had unfailingly arisen from her bed at that exact hour, sick or well, rested or tired. She'd always said it was because her body clock was tuned to 7, and her eyes flew wide open at that time on the dot. "Good," Opal said quietly. "Believe I'll have a nice bath and maybe read in bed for a while. Helps me get to sleep." "If there's anything you need," Jocelyn began. It would be hours before she herself was ready to turn in for the night, of course, but she could always tackle another lesson from her real estate course. "I'll be just fine," Opal told her firmly. "You go on back to the big house and look after that cat and whatever else you've got to attend to, and don't worry about me." Jocelyn nodded, hesitated another moment, then said good night, hugged Opal once more, and left the cottage for the main house. That afternoon it seemed bigger and emptier than ever before, and she was glad of Lucy Maud's appointment at the veterinary clinic. The veterinarian, Dr. Ryan, ran a busy practice with several partners, and once a week they kept the place open late. Inside Kendra's house, Jocelyn rounded up a disgruntled Lucy Maud, tucked her back into the cardboard box she'd used to bring her in from the cottage, and headed for her car. "It's a little late for birth control," she told the angry cat, who was clawing and yowling inside the box, even though Jocelyn had cushioned the bottom with a blanket and made sure there were plenty of air holes. "But you need your shots and a checkup." Once again, she thought wryly, she was talking to a cat. As long as the cat didn't answer, she figured, she was all right. Slade was never sure what made him do it. But the next morning, after Lane had driven off for the airport in her rental car, and Shay was visibly bored hanging around his office while he took care of paperwork, he made up his mind that he had to see Jocelyn. Just like that. As soon as he'd taken Shay over to the Curly-Burly to hit Callie up for a job, he and Jasper headed straight for Kendra's place, before he could lose his resolve. It was 8:30 when he knocked on the door of the guest house. But it wasn't Jocelyn who opened up. It was Opal, the Rossiter family's longtime housekeeper and cook. "Slade Barlow!" the older woman cried, delighted. "Darned if you aren't even handsomer as a man than you were as a boy. How's that fine mother of yours?" Slade, taken aback, grinned with pleasure. "Opal?" She laughed. "Yep," she said. "It's really me. But I reckon I'm not who you were looking for." Slade cleared his throat, remembered to take off his hat. "Is Jocelyn around?" he asked. He couldn't believe he was doing this. He wasn't impulsive in the least. Never did much of anything without thinking it through from just about every angle first. Now here he was, calling on a woman he barely knew at practically the crack of dawn, without the faintest idea what he'd say when he came face to face with her. "She's staying in the big house while Kendra's away," Opal answered, looking at him closely enough to make him feel mildly uncomfortable, so that he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I figure I'm entitled to be blunt sometimes, now that I'm an old woman, she continued, after taking in the badge affixed to his belt. Is this visit official, Sheriff, or is it social? Slade cleared his throat. Didn't it just beat all that when he'd finally gone against everything in his nature and acted on what amounted to a whim, he'd wound up knocking on the wrong door? Neither one, he said awkwardly. I just wanted to see her, that's all. Don't ask why. Opal smiled broadly. Good, she said, looking as though she thought this unexpected call meant a whole lot more than it actually did. That's good. Maybe I'll stop by later, he said, glad to see Opal again, but anxious to be gone. You turned coward since I saw you last? Opal asked, jutting out her chin a little ways. Never thought I'd see the day Callie Barlow's boy was scared of anything. He felt his neck heat up, knew it had turned red. This was a challenge he couldn't turn away from, and Opal damned well knew it. You think Jocelyn's awake yet? He asked. Course she's awake, Opal retorted immediately. She's got to open up Kendra's office by 9 a.m. Where's Kendra? Slade asked, stalling to give himself time to consider his options, such as they were, passing his hat from his right hand to his left and back again. I guess if Miss Kendra wanted you to know that, Opal replied, smiling, she'd have made sure to tell you before she left. Slade sighed, smiled. Fair enough, he answered. You staying around Parable, Opal, or just visiting? Opal folded her arms, still grinning, letting him know without saying as much that she was reading him like the proverbial book. I might stay on, if I can find myself a job, she said. You know anybody looking for a mighty good cook and housekeeper, Slade? He thought about his cluttered ranch house and Shay, who'd have to be alone at least some of the time while he was working, and how he couldn't cook a lick. It wouldn't be healthy for his daughter or for him to take every meal at the Butter Biscuit Cafe, or live on stuff he'd nuked in the microwave. Me, he said. Impulsive act number 2. And the day had hardly begun. Opal's eyes widened. Are you serious? Yes, ma'am, he said with a smile. I sure am. Now it was Opal who was rattled instead of him. I'd be expensive, she warned, and I don't drive at night. No problem, Slade agreed happily. I came into some money lately, and you wouldn't have to drive at all if you didn't want to. Shay, that's my daughter, has her license now. I'll have to see her in action for a while before I let her get behind the wheel. But if you were with her, I'd feel a lot better about it. Opal's mouth fell open, closed again. I'd need to meet this young woman and get a look at the house I'd be responsible for keeping up, she said, just as the back door of the mansion's sun porch creaked open behind them across the green, flower-dappled expanse of the yard. Slade glanced back over one shoulder, saw Jocelyn standing on the steps. She was barefoot and wearing the oversized T-shirt she'd probably slept in. Heat pounded through him as he turned his full attention to Opal again. I understand, he said. He took one of his cards from his shirt pocket, handed it over. Give me a call when you decide. Opal took the card, nodded. Slade offered a gruff goodbye and turned to approach the back step of the main house, where Jocelyn was still standing. It was that or run the other way. Jocelyn's chestnut-brown hair spilled around her shoulders in wild, spiraling curls. "Is anything wrong?" she asked. It gave Slade a pang that she'd think that, especially right off. He supposed it was natural, though, since, as sheriff, he was often the bearer of bad news. "Nothing's wrong," he said, coming to a stop in the grass, maybe a dozen yards from where she stood, with his imagination running wild behind what he hoped was a bland expression. If he could have, he thought, dazed by the realization, if things were different between them, that is, he'd have closed the space between himself and Jocelyn in a few strides. He'd have lifted her right off those naked feet of hers, kissed her hard, and carried her to the nearest bed before either one of them came up for a single breath of air. Jocelyn tilted her head to one side, her arms folded self-consciously across her breasts, braless and shapely under that T-shirt she wore. "Why are you here, then?" Again, his courage wavered. He could have said he'd come to ask why Kendra had left town without a word to anybody. He could have said there'd been a burglary in the area, and he wanted to make sure Jocelyn was locking her doors at night. Neither of those things were true, though. And it was Slade's curse that he couldn't bring himself to lie, even when that would have been the best thing for everybody concerned. He didn't have an answer at the ready, but one jumped right out of his mouth just the same, as fully formed as if he'd given it some thought. "There's a livestock auction coming up this Saturday, just outside of Missoula, and I was thinking you might want to come along with Shay and me." She sort of slumped against one of the two pillars that supported the porch roof. "A livestock auction?" she repeated, looking completely baffled. "I'm in the market for a horse or two," he said. His old practicality was coming back. He wished he'd never gotten the harebrained idea of asking Jocelyn out, because it was a sure road to nowhere, as little as they had in common. Failing that, he wished he'd suggested something a little more date-like than a livestock auction. Dinner and a movie, maybe. Even stopping by Sully's Tavern to dance to the jukebox and have a beer or two. But asking her to stand next to a high fence in the roiling dust and the hot sun, watching as horses and cattle were sold off to the highest bidder? Smooth, he thought, hoping Hutch would never catch wind of this. It was just the ammunition his half-brother would love to get hold of. "I don't know a whole lot about horses," Jocelyn told him. She was still keeping her arms across her chest, and he was glad, because if he'd caught a glimpse of nipples pressing against the thin fabric of that T-shirt thing, he'd probably lose his mind. "You were a rodeo queen," he reminded her, and immediately felt even stupider than before. She'd ridden a beautiful coal-black mare around the arena at the Parable County Rodeo that year, her tailor-made Western get-up and pink hat glistening with rhinestones, waving and smiling at the crowd. "My dad borrowed the horse from a friend of his," she answered. "I was scared out of my mind the entire time." Slade laughed. "You sure had everybody fooled," he said. "Looked like you knew what you were doing anyhow." She smiled. "That was the idea," she admitted. There had been rumors back then that Elliot Rossiter had bought the title of Parable County Rodeo Queen for his stepdaughter. "Will your ex-wife be coming along too?" she asked. "To this auction, I mean." Slade was caught off guard for a moment, but then he realized what the question meant, however casually it had been voiced. Jocelyn was as nervous as he was. "Lane?" he said, as though he had so many ex-wives that he'd needed to weed through them before he got to the one she was asking about. "No, she's gone home to L.A. to get ready for her wedding. It'll just be Shay and me, and hopefully you." "I've never been to a livestock auction," Jocelyn said. There was a slight sparkle in her eyes, it seemed to Slade. "Maybe it would be fun." Slade didn't know what to say to that. Livestock auctions were a lot of things, noisy, crowded, and more, but he wouldn't have described them as fun, especially for a woman like Jocelyn Kirk. "Unless Opal is still here on Saturday, in which case I won't want to leave her," Jocelyn said, with a nod in the direction of the guest house. "Count me in." Slade didn't mention that he'd just offered Opal a job, and was hoping the woman would stay on in Parable for good. For one thing, nothing had been decided yet. Opal might take one look at that rented ranch house of his and take to her heels. "Good," he said. "How's Jasper doing?" Jocelyn asked, just when he would have said goodbye and walked away. It was only then that Slade remembered he'd left the dog in his truck. It was cool out, since the day was young, and one of the windows was rolled part way down, so Jasper had plenty of air, but still. "He's all right," he answered. "Waiting for me in the rig." Jocelyn nodded, smiled. "He's a good dog." "He sure is," Slade had to agree. "See you Saturday," she said. "Unless—" "I know," he said. "Unless Opal is still in town. If she is, maybe she'd like to go along." Where the hell was he going with this? Damned if he knew. He put on his hat, tugged at the brim, and he left, heading for the truck with long strides, avoiding the strong temptation to look back. Opal joined Jocelyn, who had gotten dressed by then, in the mansion's big kitchen, and immediately began rummaging through the refrigerator for the makings of breakfast. "He turned out just fine, that Barlow boy," Opal observed. She found eggs and milk there, and bread on the countertop, since Jocelyn had stopped off at Mulligan's Market on the way home from the veterinarian's office the night before. Jocelyn blushed. "Yes," she said. She'd agreed to go to a livestock auction with Slade and his stepdaughter on Saturday morning. It couldn't be called a date, she supposed, but against her better judgment, she was looking forward to the occasion. The pull of the man was downright magnetic, but she'd be all right, she was certain. After all, what could happen at a horse sale? "He ask you out?" Opal inquired, taking a copper skillet down from the hanging arrangements of pots and kettles above the center island. She knew her way around that kitchen, obviously, even though it no longer belonged to the Rossiters. "Sort of," Jocelyn said, after biting her lip. "Sort of," Opal repeated. "He and his stepdaughter Shay are going to an auction Saturday in Missoula. He invited me to come along." Opal rolled her eyes. "Men," she said. "They don't have the first clue about flowers and moonlight." "I won't go if you're going to be here, though," Jocelyn hastened to add, letting Opal's observation pass without comment. "You and I still have plenty of catching up to do." "If I'm still in Parable, then," Opal said, setting the skillet on one of the gas burners and turning up the flame beneath it. "I'll spend some time with Marty over at that animal shelter she runs." Hope swelled in Jocelyn's heart. She'd thought Opal meant to stay no longer than a few days, and Saturday was a way off. "Good," she said. "You're not in any hurry to leave." Opal busied herself whipping up a batch of scrambled eggs and some toast. "You sit yourself down while I get your breakfast," she ordered. "And don't give me any argument about it either, young lady, because I've missed tending to you." Jocelyn, at a loss for an answer, sank into a chair at the big table. Opal chatted as she cooked. "I've already been offered a job, too," she went on. "How do you like that?" "A job?" Jocelyn managed. Who? Sheriff Slade Barlow, that's who, Opal answered, almost jubilantly. Who else have I seen since I got here, besides you? Slade offered you a job? Jocelyn asked, more than surprised. Yes, ma'am, Opal said. As what? Opal laughed. Well, it wasn't a deputy's position, she teased. As a cook and a housekeeper, silly. Oh, Jocelyn said, not sure how she felt about this development. Of course, she wanted Opal to stay on in Parable for as long as possible. But if she was keeping house for Slade Barlow, she, Jocelyn, would run into him all the time. Sure, she'd agreed to go to the livestock auction with him. What could happen there, especially with his teenage daughter along, too? But Opal was practically family, and Jocelyn wanted to spend time with her. If Opal worked for Slade, though... You'd be living at his place? Jocelyn asked, thinking of the charming, if run-down ranch house he'd just moved into. Probably, Opal replied. She'd brought the plate of scrambled eggs and toast to the table and set it down in front of Jocelyn. Eat, she commanded. Jocelyn obediently picked up her fork. Beneath the table, a recently fed Lucy Maud twined her sleek body around Jocelyn's ankles. Jocelyn had evidently been forgiven for last night's indignities. Shots, a blood test, a thorough veterinary examination. It was official. There would be kittens, and sooner rather than later. Opal, meanwhile, went back to the counter to toast some bread for herself. I told him I'd need to meet that stepdaughter of his and get a look at the house I'd be looking after, she went on. But this has all the earmarks of an answered prayer, as far as I'm concerned. Like I told you, I miss working. Opal's scrambled eggs were, as always, delicious. Jocelyn ate hungrily. Are you sure you're up to it? She asked, between bites. Opal brought her toast to the table on a small plate, fetched a banana from the bunch resting in the fruit bowl, and sat down across from Jocelyn. She didn't answer, just looked amused and puzzled, both at once. I mean, it's a big house, and nobody's lived in it for a while, so it needs work, and... Jocelyn caught herself. What was she doing? Making a case against the very thing she wanted so much? For Opal to stay in Parable? She swallowed hard. And what about your sister-in-law? Wouldn't she be all alone if you left? Opal frowned, putting down her first slice of toast. My sister-in-law, she said, is as sick of me as I am of her. Besides, she's got a million friends. Jocelyn had a mouthful of scrambled eggs by then, so she didn't answer. Don't you want me to take this job? Opal asked, very quietly. Of course I do, Jocelyn replied, as soon as she could speak. It's just, well, you'd be working awfully hard, it seems to me. Opal grinned. And you think that might kill me off? Jocelyn shook her head. No, I just... Opal reached across the table, took her hand, and squeezed it. Work doesn't kill half as many people as retirement does, to my way of thinking, she declared. Fact is, I've seen it do more than one person in before their time. She paused, took another bite of toast, chewed and swallowed. Anyhow, she went on, when she was ready, I think Slade mainly wants somebody to look after that girl of his while he's working. You ever met her? Jocelyn nodded. Once, she said, remembering the encounter at the Butter Biscuit Cafe. Her name is Shay, and she seemed nice enough. Opal produced a business card from the pocket of her fresh cotton dress. This one was blue with little white flowers on it, and set it on the table for Jocelyn to see. "Fine, then," she said. "I'll give Slade a call in a little while. When you get off work this afternoon, you can drive me there to meet the child and eyeball that house." And that was the end of it. Opal had spoken. Chapter 14. Slade was up on the ranch house roof when Opal and Jocelyn drove up just before 6 that evening. He worked shirtless, rimmed in the last dazzle of sunlight, with his worn-out jeans riding low on his lean hips. Jocelyn's palms turned sweaty the instant she spotted him, and she tightened her fingers around the steering wheel of her car. Her heart pounded with a longing, even a need, she didn't dare recognize, let alone give a name to. Opal, buckled in on the passenger side, chuckled. "Now that," she observed, ducking her head slightly to get a better look at Slade through the windshield, "is a man." Amen, Jocelyn thought. But what she said was, "You'd think he'd bother to wear a shirt when he's expecting company." Her tone was downright grumpy. Jocelyn's remark made Opal grin broadly as she unhooked her seatbelt and pushed open the car door to get out. By then, Slade was climbing down the ladder, leaning against the house, and Shay and Jasper spilled out of the back door just as he set his booted feet on the ground. With a grin, he retrieved a navy blue T-shirt from the sawhorse he must have draped it over before the climb, tugged it on over his head. The hard muscles of his abdomen rippled as he completed the process. Jasper trotted circles around Jocelyn, barking excitedly. Shay, clad in jeans and a loose pink T-shirt, laughed and ordered kindly, "Jasper, chill." Jocelyn wrenched her eyes away from Slade's midsection, but not quite quickly enough. The spark in his eyes, bluer than his shirt, said he'd caught her staring. She blushed as a melting sensation warmed between her hip bones, but she managed to smile as Opal stepped forward in her colorful dress and a pair of crepe-soled shoes, holding out a hand to the teenager. "I'm Opal," she said. "You must be Shay." Shay nodded, clearly pleased, and shook hands with Opal. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. "Just Opal," Opal replied. "Unless, of course, you want me to call you Miss Barlow." Shay's glance at Slade was brief, but Jocelyn noticed the fleeting expression of sadness in the girl's pale violet eyes. "My last name might have been Barlow, if Dad had ever gotten around to adopting me while he and Mom were still married. It's Tarrington, by default." Slade's mouth quirked at that statement, but he didn't comment. "But I'd like you to call me Shay," the teenager finished, smiling at Opal. "Then we're agreed," Opal answered, with gentle humor. Jocelyn knew that behind those dark, wise eyes, Opal's sharp brain was sifting and sorting through all the nuances of the dynamics between Shay and Slade. "You call me Opal, and I'll call you Shay." Shay nodded. "Come inside and see the house," she said, including Jocelyn in the invitation by catching her gaze and holding it for a moment. Jocelyn found herself liking the girl even more than she had on their first meeting. Sure, Shay was probably on her best behavior, but Jocelyn sensed her good heart, her intelligence, and her love for her stepfather, the man she called Dad. Shay and Opal led the way, with Jasper behind them, and Jocelyn and Slade bringing up the rear. His hand rested lightly on the small of Jocelyn's back with a sort of easy solicitude that made her feel safe, even as her senses rioted behind what she hoped was a cool exterior. "Don't mind the mess," Shay sang cheerfully as they entered the kitchen. It looked cleaner than it had on Jocelyn's first visit, but much more cluttered, with boxes and various grocery items stacked everywhere. "Never met the mess I couldn't clean up," Opal said, looking around. It was easy enough to picture the woman presiding over this kitchen and the rest of the house, too. She'd have every inch of the place in spit-shined order before the end of the first week, if she accepted Slade's job offer. "Wait till you see the rest of it before you say that," Shay teased, her tone sunny, musical, as she and Opal and the dog continued the tour. Slade and Jocelyn wound up standing in the kitchen, just the two of them, alone. Jocelyn backed up and found herself pressing against the edge of one of the counters. Slade stood practically toe-to-toe with her. She was aware of his hardness and his heat, his strength and his scent, in every cell of her body, every nook and crevice in her mind and her soul. A primitive yearning thrummed through her, a reverberation like the striking of a bass chord. Never, in this lifetime, or she suspected any other, had she wanted a man the way she wanted Slade Barlow. "Sooner or later," he drawled, the sound of his voice coming to her as if through a pounding void. His mouth still quirked at one side, but his eyes quizzical and wary. "We're going to have to do something about this." "About what?" Jocelyn practically choked. She was terrified, but at the same time she knew for certain that if he started to move away, she would bunch both fists in the fabric of his sexy T-shirt and try to keep him right where he was. His chuckle was a rasp, and there was a touch of irony in his tone when he replied, "About this." And then he kissed her. Tentatively at first, then with a commanding hunger that made her breath catch and her knees go weak. His hands, first resting on the sides of her face, calloused and warm, moved to her waist, as if he'd sensed she needed help to stand. Still, the kiss went on. Their tongues touched, sparred. Slade's erection, pressed against her, felt fiery and demanding and huge. She wanted him inside her. Overhead, Jocelyn heard Opal and Shay's footsteps on the second floor, the tone of their chatter, the rhythmic click of Jasper's nails against the wooden planks. Jocelyn's arms slipped around Slade's neck, and he raised his mouth from hers just long enough to allow them each a breath, and then kissed her again, even more deeply this time. He drew back just as they heard Jasper start down the stairway that led from the kitchen to the upper hallway. Slade was breathing hard, and Jocelyn felt dazed, downright drunk, and more in need of this man's intimate attentions than ever. "Now what?" she whispered, as Jasper appeared in the kitchen, with Opal and Shay following close behind him. Slade grinned, though he looked almost as rattled as Jocelyn felt. "I have a few suggestions," he told her, and his gaze lingered on her breasts for just a moment, clearly enjoying the sight of her nipples trying to press through the fabric of her top and the bra beneath it. There was, of course, no time to ask what those suggestions might be, because Opal and Shay were back in the kitchen. Slade had moved to stand behind a chair, and though his stance was casual, Jocelyn knew what he was hiding. She could still feel the weight of it against her upper abdomen and her stomach. Flushed, she scurried to the sink, turned on the faucet, and began splashing her face with cold water. It was that, or let Opal and the girl see everything, in her burning cheeks and hot eyes. "Are you feeling all right, Jossie?" Opal asked, managing to sound concerned and amused both at once. Jocelyn remained with her back to the room, her face dripping cold well water, and turned off the faucet. "No," she said, though it wasn't an entirely truthful answer, because, overheated as she was, there was also a strange and powerful sense of jubilant anticipation building inside her. "I think I might be coming down with something." She forced herself to turn around, swabbing at her face with a wad of paper towels plucked from the roll on the counter, just in time to lock gazes with Slade. Still standing behind the kitchen chair over by the table, he looked back over at her, over one broad shoulder, his eyes twinkling. "Maybe you ought to go right to bed," he said easily. If Jocelyn had been closer, and if she'd been inclined toward physical violence, which she wasn't, thank you very much, she'd have slapped Sheriff Slade Barlow across the face. Hard. "Well," Opal said, mercifully ebullient, "I like what I see. Shay's a fine girl, and this house needs me. If that job offer is still open, I accept." Slade turned back to face Opal. "When can you start?" he asked. Shay gave a squeal of delight, and Jasper added a happy yelp. "Tomorrow," Opal replied, looking around again, taking in the boxes and the groceries and all the rest. "And that's none too soon, from the looks of this place." Slade laughed. "Fine," he said, while Jocelyn remained behind him, leaning against the counter, trying to recover her composure. "Tomorrow?" she finally managed. "Opal, you just got to Parable. And I'll be here, which means you and I will have plenty of chances to get together," Opal reasoned kindly. With that, she turned to Slade. "I'll need a car of some kind," she added. She'd never been shy. "A station wagon or a van will do. It doesn't have to be new, but I can't drive anything but an automatic." "Done," Slade said. "Now," Opal continued, rubbing her hands together, "where will I sleep?" Shay and Slade conferred on that point, agreeing that the big bedroom down the hall from the kitchen would probably be best for Opal. "But there's only one bathroom in this whole place," Shay contributed, looking worried, in case that turned out to be a deal-breaker. "I reckon we'll manage," Opal replied gently. Looking at Opal and Shay, the way they interacted, even though they'd just met, gave Jocelyn a sweet pang in the innermost regions of her heart. She saw her own younger self in the girl, a stepdaughter as she herself had been, never completely sure where she fit into the structure of the family, very much in need of the older woman's strong, steady affection and quiet attentiveness. "Can I drive the station wagon, too?" Shay wanted to know. "I have my license, you know." "If you're with Opal or me," Slade told the child. "Like I said before, I want to see what kind of driver you are before I turn you loose on Parable County." Shay waved her stepfather's words off with a dismissive motion of one hand, but her eyes told a different story. She adored the man. "I suppose you're going to be just as stubborn about the horse," Shay challenged next, setting her hands on her hips. "Maybe even more so," Slade said. Shay gave a put-upon sigh, but the light in her eyes shone as brightly as ever. "I'm getting a horse," she told Opal and Jocelyn excitedly. "Of my own. Dad's buying one for himself, too. We have to keep them at Whisper Creek, though, because our barn is unsafe." By then, Jocelyn was ready to flee. She was flushed and achy and anxious, and it surely showed on the outside. Anyway, Slade was using up all the air in the room, leaving her breathless. Jocelyn heard his voice in her head. "I have a few suggestions." A hot shiver went through her. "We'd better be getting back to town," she said. "I made up a batch of my special spaghetti and meatball casserole this afternoon," Opal announced to all and sundry. "Slade, why don't you and Shay come too, and sit down to supper with us? It'll give you a chance to sample my cooking." Jocelyn fastened her gaze to the floor. "Slade, I have a few suggestions, Barlow, in close proximity, probably for several hours. Yikes." "Yes," Shay chimed in. "Thanks, Opal," Slade said thoughtfully. Jocelyn knew he was looking at her. She could feel it. But for the life of her, she couldn't raise her eyes to meet his. "If you're sure it wouldn't be any trouble." "No trouble," Opal said, beaming. "Give me strength," Jocelyn thought. Then she made herself smile in a way that took in both Slade and Shay, and she nodded, said stupidly, "Good, that will be nice." "Okay," Slade said, more breathing the word than speaking it. "Give us half an hour to get cleaned up, and we'll be on our way." "We'll eat at Kendra's," Opal specified, as Shay hurried off, Jasper clattering after her, probably so she could stake first claim on the bathroom. "We'll be there," Slade confirmed. Jocelyn scurried for the back door and practically ran to the car. "Girl," Opal demanded, when she caught up and settled herself into the passenger seat, "what's gotten into you? You ran out of that kitchen like it was on fire." It was, Jocelyn thought. We're talking Flashpoint here. "You're imagining things," she replied, without so much as a glance in Opal's direction. Opal gave a low chortle. "Oh, no, I'm not," she said. All the way back to town, Jocelyn racked her brain. What was she going to wear? The bathroom was still steamy from Shay's recent shower when Slade's turn came. He stood in front of the sink, wiped a circle in the glass door of the medicine cabinet, and looked into his own face, 5 o'clock shadow and all. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone gruff. "And what have you done with Slade Barlow?" Damned if he hadn't practically tackled Jocelyn out there in the kitchen earlier, kissing her the way he had. Twice. Not only that, but he'd talked some trash, too. All but told Jocelyn straight out that he meant to bed her at the first viable opportunity. That much was true, but still, he could have been subtler about it. He turned away from his scowling image, shoving a hand through his gritty, sweat-dampened hair, and leaned into the shower stall to turn the faucets on, full blast. Stripped while he waited for the spray to go from freezing cold to lukewarm. Shay had already emptied the hot water tank, apparently. The pipes rattled behind the wall, reminding him that this was an old house, and there were thousands of things that could go wrong with it. Grimly, Slade stepped under the shower head, reached for a bar of soap, and lathered himself from head to foot. Stood still as the chilly water sluiced over him, rinsing away the suds. He supposed a semi-cold shower was just what he needed and deserved. He'd been so hard it hurt while he was kissing Jocelyn, and for a while afterward, too. And now he'd agreed to go to supper at her place. He was a sucker for punishment, it seemed. Out of the shower, he dried off quickly, shaved, and put on the fresh clothes he'd gathered and then stacked on the lid of the toilet a few minutes earlier. Jeans, a blue cotton shirt, boots. When he reached the kitchen, Shay was there, pouring Jasper's supper into a bowl and setting it down on the floor. She was wearing an actual skirt, a short ruffled thing, white with black polka dots, and a black top. "There's no bed in Opal's room, you know," Shay said. "We're going to have to shop again, unless you expect her to sleep on the floor." Slade groaned at the prospect of another mall crawl, but he was grinning the whole time. He was foolishly happy, despite the jittery sensation in the pit of his stomach. "Hook up that fancy new computer we bought and order something online," he said. "Get the sheets and any other rigging you need while you're at it." Shay looked at him curiously and with a degree of suspicion. "You're awfully free with your money for somebody who refuses to pay my cell phone bill," she told him. "What's the deal here?" He laughed. "I'm not broke, Shay. Just careful." "Did you win the lottery or something?" Shay pressed. Like her mother, she never let a subject drop until she was through beating it to death. Slade found his keys, jingled them to indicate that it was time to leave. "It's the magic of compound interest," he teased. Since his inheritance still didn't seem real to him, he was hesitant to talk about it. "The habit is out of fashion these days, but they call it saving." Shay rolled her eyes, but a smile lurked at the corners of her mouth. "Don't moralize," she said. "And anyway, Mom and I are on the family plan, for the cell phones, I mean. She automatically pays for my service right along with hers." "Then you can reimburse her," Slade said, enjoying the exchange. He said goodbye to Jasper, who barely looked up from his kibble, and then he and Shay headed for the truck. "Speaking of that, how did things go at the Curly-Burly?" Shay had gone to his mother's hair salon to apply for work, but they had yet to discuss the outcome. "I'm hired, as if you didn't already know," Shay replied breezily. In the middle of the yard, she made a dive for Slade's keys. He held them out of her reach. "Why can't I drive?" his stepdaughter fussed. "I take Mom's car all over Los Angeles, and I've never even had a warning, let alone a speeding ticket or an accident. And besides, this is terrible. What can possibly happen?" "You'd be surprised," Slade said, getting behind the wheel. Parable was a peaceful community. There were only 3 traffic lights in the whole county, but bad things happened everywhere. Shay flounced up into the passenger seat, pouting a little. "I don't think a cow crossing the road would surprise me, Dad," she said with such studied disdain that he laughed again. "Especially when it probably only happens every 3rd blue moon." "Tell me about the job," Slade said, starting the truck and steering it down the long, rutted driveway toward the main road. "I'll be sweeping up hair," Shay said, with another roll of her eyes. "What's to tell?" "There must be more to it than that," Slade persisted. He figured it was important to talk with kids, however mundane the subject matter. And Lane's accusation that he hadn't listened to her during their marriage was on his mind, too. He didn't want to make the same mistake with Shay, especially when they had such a short time together. "I'll be washing out sinks, too," Shay replied, "and setting up appointments. And if I can drag Grands into the 21st century, in other words, if she'll spring for a computer, I can streamline the whole operation for her, build her a website and everything." "You can do that? Build a website?" Slade was impressed. He used computers at work, of course, but the new desktop he and Shay and Lane had picked up on the big shopping expedition was only the second one he'd ever owned, personally. The first was a dinosaur that took forever to boot up. "Yes," Shay said. "I'm not stupid, you know." That seemed to be a theme with her. "Nobody said you were," Slade answered. "I probably couldn't build a website if my life depended on it. And I'm not stupid either." "There are all kinds of templates and stuff," Shay said, but she looked guardedly eager now. "I could show you." "Templates?" "Okay," Slade answered. "I'd like that." "You mean it? Or are you just humoring me?" "Why would I want to humor you?" "I don't know," Shay responded. "But I've never known you to talk this much, and that makes me think you're up to something." Slade didn't comment. He just grinned. Shay continued to speculate. "And then there's the money thing, and the way you and Jocelyn looked all startled and messed up and stuff when Opal and I came downstairs after I showed her around the house. You know what I think? I think the two of you were kissing." The kid had gotten under his skin, no doubt about it, and he hoped she didn't notice that his ears were hot or the way his fingers tightened on the wheel. "It's a free country," he managed after a beat or two. "Think what you like." Shay laughed. "Don't look so shocked, Dad," she said. "The cat's already out of the bag. Right after we got back to the Best Western Hotel, that night when we ran into Jocelyn at the Butter Biscuit, Mom told me she thought you had a thing for her." Slade said nothing. Didn't so much as glance away from the white line running down the middle of the county highway. "Have you asked Jocelyn out yet, Dad?" Slade cleared his throat. He had to say something if he wanted to keep the lines of communication open between himself and Shay, and he wanted that very much. He just wished they could change the subject, that was all. "She's going to the auction with us on Saturday morning," he said. "You told me that already," Shay said patiently. "Dad, hello? That isn't a date." Slade swore under his breath. "Maybe it's the best I could do on short notice," he answered. "Now that's just pitiful," Shay decreed. "If the two of you went to dinner and a movie or out dancing, that would be a date. Even if you took a horseback ride together and maybe picnicked someplace where there was a view. But a horse sale? Dad, that is definitely not romantic." "Does it have to be?" Slade asked, slowing for the outskirts of town. Off to his right, he spotted Lael striding down the sidewalk, wearing his hair-growing helmet. The lights flashed in cheerful sequence, like on a Christmas tree. Lael smiled and waved as they passed. Slade tooted the horn in response. Happily, Shay was distracted from her lecture about what does and does not constitute a date. Her mouth fell open, and she watched Lael, with his head full of LED lights twinkling away, until he disappeared into the blind spot. Then she spun around on her seat to confront Slade. "Dad," she said, "we just saw a guy with blue lights on his head, and you just drive on by? What kind of sheriff are you?" Slade smiled. "Far as I know, eccentricity isn't illegal in this state. I wouldn't have thought you'd be all that surprised by a man in a light-up helmet, given where you live." "We have our share of grandmothers with battery-powered sweatshirts," Shay explained solemnly, "especially around Christmas. But this guy, his name is Lael," Slade said easily, "and he's harmless. He's weird. As I said, that's not a crime." She favored him with one of her dazzling smiles. "Not here in Mayberry, anyway," she joked. "Not here in Mayberry," Slade confirmed with a grin, downshifting to make the turn onto Rodeo Road. When they pulled into Kendra's driveway beside her imposing house, Shay sucked in an audible breath. "Holy crap," she blurted, taking in the sights. "Nice save," Slade said, stopping the truck, shutting off the engine. Opal immediately appeared in the doorway of the screened sun porch, beaming as though they'd just come home from some war unscathed, and she'd been waiting to welcome them for the duration. Slade wondered where Jocelyn was, if she'd thought of some excuse to skip supper, annoyed because he'd put the moves on her back there in the ranch house kitchen. But Shay leaped out of the truck and hurried along the walk toward Opal. "We're here," she announced, quite unnecessarily. Slade smiled to himself. For all that she was 16 and growing up in a pretty sophisticated environment in L.A., there was still a lot of the child in Shay. He hoped that would never change. "Come on in," Opal called, beckoning with one hand. She wore a ruffled apron over her dress and sported an oven mitt on one hand. "Supper's just about ready." Slade's stomach rumbled slightly, although he'd never sampled Opal's fare, having been the kid who mowed the lawn and weeded the flower beds when she worked for the Rossiters. He'd heard plenty about it over the years. Back then, when the weather was hot, she'd always brought him out a pitcher full of her tangy lemonade, though, the sides slippery with condensation, and the ice making a festive sound as she walked across the grass. He'd thanked her quietly, waited until she'd gone back inside the big house, then forsworn the glass, drinking thirstily, straight from the spout of the pitcher. The recollection made him chuckle. Shay slipped past Opal and went on into the house, but Opal lingered on the step, watching Slade approach. "Jocelyn's out in the guest cottage," Opal said, with a gesture in that direction. The older woman was doing her level best to look and sound stern, but her gentle eyes sparked with mischief and amusement. "Lord knows what she's doing, since the place was already scrubbed to a high shine when I got here, and I haven't had time to dirty it up none. Would you mind telling Jocelyn that supper is about to go on the table, and we'd appreciate the honor of her company?" The sensation that swelled in Slade's middle wasn't hunger, not this time. It was pure nerves, with a generous helping of anticipation. "Sure," he said, turning to head toward the cottage. The cottage's side door stood open, and he rapped lightly at the doorframe, much as he had the last time, when he'd followed Jasper over from next door. "Come in," Jocelyn called from somewhere inside. He stepped over the threshold, waited for his eyes to adjust from the bright sunlight outside to the cool shadows of the interior. "Jocelyn?" "Here," she said. He followed the sound of her voice into the tiny living room, and was mildly surprised to find Jocelyn standing at the top of a shaky footladder, replacing a light bulb in the old-fashioned fixture hanging from the ceiling. Instinctively, he went over and steadied the ladder. She was wearing a pale pink sundress, and her legs were bare to the knees, smooth and smelling faintly of lotion. He didn't dare let his gaze travel any further than the hem of that dress. "Woman," he thought, averting his eyes and gripping the ladder as if he expected a high wind at any moment. "Are you trying to drive me crazy?" "Got it," she said happily, starting down the ladder. The mingled scents of soap and shower water and that lotion dazed him a little, and she brushed against him as she stepped to the floor. "Opal said to tell you supper's on," he said, and then felt three kinds of stupid. First, he'd invited the woman to a livestock auction as if it was some kind of black tie affair. And then he'd all but groped her in his kitchen. And now this. At this rate, she'd write him off as a hick at any moment, if she hadn't already done so. Jocelyn's smile made something flutter in his chest, and she stepped back, spreading her hands a little. "How do you like my dress?" she asked, her tone shy and a little reckless, both at once. "I borrowed it from Kendra's closet." Slade opened his mouth, closed it again. "I like it fine," he said finally. tongue-tied fool that he was. What had happened to that other, bolder Slade? Of course, I'll have to be careful not to get any of Opal's spaghetti sauce on it, Jocelyn fretted, patches of pink blooming on her cheekbones, as she looked down at the soft confection of a dress. It's probably expensive, knowing Kendra. Maybe I should change into something of my own. Slade imagined that cotton candy garment being pulled off over her head. What a revelation that would be. I think it's all right, he stumbled. Oh, it's better than all right. I mean, you look nice and everything. Good, she said, and started toward the doorway, dusting her hands together. She stopped next to the switch and flipped the light on and off a couple of times, evidently admiring her handiwork. There, she added. That's better. Slade automatically retrieved the stepladder, folding it and then leaving it against the wall because he didn't know where it went, and he felt foolish enough already, all things considered. Let's go, she said. Opal is a terror if the food gets cold. Slade followed her out of the cottage and into the yard, where the first long shadows of twilight were just beginning to spill across the ground. A strange, sweet pain gripped him, somewhere deep inside, and held on. Jocelyn, he said. A few feet ahead of him she stopped, turned her head to look back at him over one perfect, almost bare shoulder. Yes? He'd been on the verge of apologizing for what had happened earlier out at his place, but seeing her standing there, with a light shimmering through the borrowed dress, and playing in the rich brown silk of her hair, he knew he couldn't say he was sorry, because that would be a lie. He was sorry they weren't spending the evening alone. He was sorry he didn't have his half-brother's legendary way with women. But he was not sorry for stating his intention to seduce her, because that hadn't changed. You look beautiful, he said instead. Chapter 15. For Jocelyn, the meal in Kendra's enormous kitchen passed in a haze. She barely tasted Opal's famous spaghetti and meatball casserole, always one of her favorites, and she caught only a word or two of the conversation here and there. Her mind, her body, and all her senses were focused on the man seated next to her at the table, Opal's doing, of course. And if she hadn't known it earlier when he kissed her, she knew for sure now. Slade Barlow was absolutely, definitely, inevitably going to make love to her. And she was not only going to let him, she was going to respond with everything she had. There was a strange, jangly kind of peace in this dazed clarity, along with a helpless sensation that frightened her a little. Jocelyn felt like an asteroid straying too close to a massive black hole. Once she was into this, whatever it was, she might never find her way back out again. No matter what came afterward, in her mind she capitalized afterward, whether she moved away from Parable, or got married to somebody else and had 10 children, or joined a convent. A part of her would always belong to the current sheriff of Parable County. Lust, that's all it was, she insisted to herself. Just lust, not love. It couldn't be love. Not that she was an expert on the subject or anything. Still, seeing Slade's dark hair damp from the shower, and catching the clean scent of his skin and his clothes, she was ravenous. But not for food. This was a whole new kind of hunger, one she'd never experienced before. And, she rationalized to herself, she was a mature woman, with healthy emotional and physical needs, And the birth control device she'd had implanted a year before, when she'd been briefly involved with a man she met at work, was still standing guard at the entrance to her womb. Furthermore, she'd been alone and lonely for far too long, working ridiculous hours and living for one objective: to repay the people her stepfather had cheated, so she could get past the whole thing, put it behind her once and for all, and move on. But move on to where? To do what exactly? She hadn't thought that far ahead, not in any depth at least. Nor had she counted on Slade complicating her life. She bit her lower lip and tried hard to tune in as Shay and Opal chatted about ordinary things. Movies they'd both seen or wanted to see, a shared and generally secret penchant for bowling, and what to name the new horse. Slade, Jocelyn noticed, wasn't any more talkative than she was. But that was normal for him, wasn't it? Eventually, the meal ended. Opal reciprocated for Shay's tour of the ranch house by offering one of the mansion, a proposal Shay eagerly accepted, which left Slade and Jocelyn alone together. Again. Slade cleared his throat, as if he meant to say something, but then he looked away, stood up, and started clearing the table. Jocelyn posted herself at the sink, rinsing plates and silverware and glasses before putting them into the dishwasher. Given that the mansion was probably 5 times the size of the rented ranch house, and taking Opal's fondness for matchmaking into account, Jocelyn reasoned, they'd be alone for a while. Silently, when the kitchen was tidy again, Slade took Jocelyn's hand and led her outside, into the cool fragrance of the yard. It still wasn't dark, but the moon was out, full and fat and silvery, and the sky was speckled with stars. They sat side by side on the steps of the sun porch, and Jocelyn drew in the smells of freshly cut grass and the wide variety of flowers gracing Kendra's garden. Slade was still holding her hand, their fingers interlocked. "Do you ever miss this house? Living here, I mean," he asked. Jocelyn hadn't expected that question. Didn't know what she'd expected. She shook her head. "Not really," she replied presently, not looking at him, because she knew he might see too much in her eyes if she did. "We were happy enough here as a family, at least until everything came out. But the place never really belonged to me in any real way. It was my stepfather's home. Looking back, it seems to me that Mom and I were sort of temporary, like pampered guests at some high-end spa." His mouth crooked up at one corner, and she wanted to touch his hair, trace the strong line of his jaw, and find the slight cleft in his chin with her fingertip. But she was content, for now, to hold his hand. The connection was charged, but it also seemed perfectly natural. "If it were any of my business," Slade said quietly, rubbing a calloused thumb lightly over her knuckles, blissfully unaware, no doubt, that he was awakening senses in her that went far beyond the original 5. "I'd ask Kendra straight out what she wants with this big place. She probably rattles around in it like a buckshot pellet in the bottom of a pail." Jocelyn smiled at the quaintness of the comparison, and recalled the general outlines of Kendra's childhood, joined, as it had been, to her own. Kendra had grown up in her grandmother's cluttered double-wide, just barely on the right side of the railroad tracks, constantly reminded that she was underfoot, in the way, an unavoidable liability. She hadn't been physically abused, as far as Jocelyn knew, but she'd certainly been neglected, tolerated at best. not loved. Any affection Kendra had received came from kindly teachers, and from Opal, Jocelyn's mother, Dana, and from Jocelyn herself. She'd had few friends, except for them. Even as a little girl, Kendra had been ethereally beautiful, somehow wistful, like a lost fairy princess trying to find her way home to some faraway enchanted land. Kendra had wanted to own this grand house, Jocelyn guessed, because she'd been loved there, wanted and welcome. I think Kendra planned on filling the place with children, Jocelyn heard herself explaining, and living happily ever after with Jeffrey. An instant after she'd spoken, Jocelyn regretted blurting out something her friend would surely consider personal and private. "Except the marriage didn't work out," Slade said, still caressing Jocelyn's knuckles. "That's a problem I can relate to." Jocelyn felt a quickening inside. "Was it hard?" she asked. "Getting divorced, I mean." "Talk about your dumb question," she chided herself silently. When had getting a divorce ever been easy? Slade glanced briefly over one shoulder, as if he expected Shay to be standing somewhere nearby, listening in. Then he sighed. "It was hard," he confirmed. "What happened?" Jocelyn couldn't resist asking, her voice soft. He sighed, looking out at the gathering twilight, the garden and the lawn and the guest house, and still holding her hand. "Nothing drastic," he answered, after Jocelyn had had a few moments to wish yet again that she'd kept her mouth shut. Slade sighed, turned his head, looked down into her eyes. "Divorce is a strange thing," he replied quietly. "In my case, at least, it wasn't so much being apart from Lane that made it tough, but losing Shay, and never knowing the other kids Lane and I would have had if we'd stayed together. It seemed only right to rest her head against the side of his upper arm, a perfect fit." "Life never seems to turn out the way we planned, does it?" she asked, thinking of all the things she'd put off so she could throw herself into the all-consuming task of making up for someone else's mistake. The sudden awareness that she'd stepped out of her own life to make those amends, that she'd essentially abandoned herself, left her stricken and a little sick at heart. All the time she believed she was doing the right thing. She still believed the bilked investors had deserved to get their money back. But what had she sacrificed in the meantime? What had she missed out on? "What was your plan, Jocelyn?" Slade asked. And even though it was an uncomfortable question, it broke the spell of confused remorse that had gripped her moments before. She sighed. "I didn't have one for a long time," she replied, lifting her head, sitting up straight, tugging the hem of Kendra's dress down over her knees. "It was all about coping, getting by. Surviving, I guess." "Sounds grim." "It wasn't so bad," Jocelyn said. "Just not fulfilling." Just empty, she thought. Just lonely. Just marching in place while who knew how many chances to be happy went by. "Define fulfilling," Slade urged, with a spark of humor catching like starlight in his eyes. "A career to be proud of? A home and a family?" Jocelyn blushed, afraid she'd said too much. It certainly wouldn't have been the first time, after all. "What about you? What fulfills you, Slade?" He thought for a long time. "I used to think I wanted to be sheriff until I reached retirement age," he finally said. Now, I'm not so sure. It's going to sound crazy, but I'd like to work up an honest sweat every day, driving cattle, digging post holes, stringing wire, pounding nails. I guess I'm a throwback to the Old West, just like one of my deputies said. You want to be a rancher, Jocelyn observed rhetorically, absorbing the knowledge. That's pretty much the size of it, yeah. She smiled. But you still can't make up your mind whether or not to buy the place where you're living now, she said. Something changed in his face, hardened along the lines of his jaw. For a moment, Jocelyn thought he was going to stand up and walk away, leaving her sitting there by herself. But once again, he surprised her. As you probably know, John Carmody was my biological father. Turns out he left me half of Whisper Creek Ranch and a considerable sum of money when he died. I don't care about the money. I still haven't decided against giving it back or passing it on to some charity. But that ranch, it's symbolic, I guess, of everything I never had. Jocelyn simply watched and waited, amazed that he'd share something this intimate with her. He probably didn't know Hutch had already sketched in the outlines of the situation for her. Hutch has been trying to buy me out since the will was read, Slade went on. We finally agreed to decide the matter with a horse race. He wins, I sell him my share and walk away, and Whisper Creek is all his. And if you win? I get the main house. He lives elsewhere on the ranch, and we run the outfit together, Hutch and I, he replied. Which is why you're going to that livestock auction on Saturday, Jocelyn ventured, uneasy. What if Slade, or Hutch, got hurt or even killed in this horse race? Partly, Slade answered. I doubt if there'll be any thoroughbreds on offer, but you never know. Mostly I'm going because I promised Shay a horse. The responsibility will be good for her. She remembered something Shay had said earlier, that she and her dad would have to keep their horses at Whisper Creek because they couldn't use their own rickety barn. Which would mean Hutch and Slade would be running into each other constantly, even before the stupid race took place. Given their volatile history, those repeated encounters might be more dangerous than the race itself. She pulled her hand away. That's crazy, she said. Slade arched one eyebrow. Buying Shay a horse? No, Jocelyn said tautly, stiffening her spine and raising her chin. I'm talking about the horse race. It's an insane idea, Slade. Tell that to Hutch, Slade said, letting go of her hand. He's the one who came up with it. Jocelyn bristled. I would have expected you to have more common sense than Hutch, she told him. Thanks, Slade said. I guess. I mean, of the two of you, you've always been the practical one. Maybe that's the problem, Slade mused aloud, getting to his feet, reaching down to help her to hers. Maybe I've been too practical. In the next moment, he shocked her again by pulling her close and kissing her, gently at first, then hard and deep. As frustrated as she was, she melted against him, incapable of pulling away. It galled Jocelyn to know that if he'd swept her up in his arms, carried her across the yard to the guest cottage, and had his way with her, she wouldn't have offered a word of protest. Even more galling was the fact that he was the one in control here. Presently, he let her go, moved past her, and crossed the darkened sun porch to step into the kitchen. "Shay!" he called. "It's time to head for home." Jocelyn remained where she was, listening as Shay issued a good-natured protest, and Opal accepted Slade's polite thanks for the meal she'd prepared. And then she dashed for the guest cottage, to avoid saying good night to their guests. She waited in the dark cottage until she heard Slade's truck start up, drive away, tires crunching on the gravel. When Jocelyn returned to the main house, Opal was sitting at the table, sipping a cup of raspberry tea. Lucy Maud was curled up in her lap, and Opal stroked the cat with her free hand, making her purr. "Where did you run off to?" Opal asked, peering fretfully at Jocelyn. "You didn't even say goodbye to our company." Since Jocelyn didn't have an excuse for disappearing, she didn't offer one. Instead, she shook her head, sighed, and made herself a cup of raspberry tea, joining Opal at the table. Opal, thank heaven, did not continue the lecture. Slade was up long after Shay had disappeared into a room with her cell phone. He tore down the bed he'd just bought, maneuvered all the parts, including the mattress and box spring, down the stairs and into the room that would be Opal's. There, he put it back together. That job done, he dug out the air mattress he'd slept on at the duplex, carried it up to his room, and plugged it in to power the pump. There was a whooshing sound as the mattress inflated, and Jasper, seated in the doorway, looked wary of the whole process. Once the too-familiar mattress was full, Slade threw on a couple of sheets and tossed his pillows in that direction also. Then he shoved a hand through his hair and sighed, looking at Jasper again. He needed more to do if he was going to keep thoughts of Jocelyn at bay. But short of adding on a room or building a barn, he was out of options. Immediate ones, at least. "One more trip to the yard," he told his dog, "and we'll turn in." Jasper seemed to understand. He trotted happily down the back stairway and across the kitchen to the door. There he waited with his muzzle pressed to the crack while Slade caught up to him. While Jasper explored the grass, Slade stood with his head tilted back, taking in the moon and stars. They'd seemed a little brighter and a lot closer to Earth before, he thought, when he and Jocelyn were looking up at them together. The night was quiet, except for crickets chirping and the faint murmur of the creek down over the hill. In the distance, the lights of Boone Taylor's place gleamed, and beyond them, just the merest twinkle of a glow came from Tara's chicken farm. Idly, Slade wondered how Boone was getting along with his new neighbor. A loner by nature, Boone had considered buying the chicken farm himself, just so nobody could move in next door. Now, obviously, it was too late for that. The thought made Slade smile, albeit a little sadly. It would be a good thing if Boone took a shine to Tara. He'd done nothing but work since his wife died a couple of years ago. It was time old Boone did some socializing. "Like you've got any room to talk," Slade reminded himself. From the day his divorce from Lane was final up to now, he hadn't done much socializing either. He'd picked up a few women, always in other towns, even other counties. But that had been more about sex than anything else. He couldn't recall even one of their names. And now there was Jocelyn. He'd never wanted any other woman the way he wanted her. Not even Lane. It scared him a little, the intensity of it. And while he wasn't the timid sort, he was a bit gun-shy. Jocelyn, unlike everybody since Lane, was someone he could care about. She was smart, The workings of her mind intrigued him almost as much as the lushness of her body, and when she smiled at him, it was like being knighted by the beautiful queen of some finer, gentler realm. But it wasn't love. He'd have known if it was. That decided, he whistled for Jasper, and the dog came back to him, tongue-lolling. They went inside, but Slade still wasn't ready to sleep. So he took the new computer out of its box and set it up on the kitchen table for want of a better place. He opened another box to find the router, and still another that contained the printer. The instructions might have been written by a dyslexic Martian, but after several cups of strong coffee and a lot of swearing under his breath, Slade managed to get the contraption up and running. It was after midnight when Shay padded downstairs in her nightgown, patting back a yawn with one hand, to join him in the kitchen. "Dad, do you realize it's the middle of the night?" she asked, bending to pat Jasper, who got to his feet and went to greet her. "What are you doing?" "What does it look like I'm doing?" Slade countered reasonably, amused by the parental tone she'd taken. "Don't you have to work tomorrow?" Slade grinned, scraped back his chair, stood and carried his cup to the sink. "Yes," he answered, "I do. But I got to wondering if I could put this computer together and get it online, a backwoods rube like me, and then I had to find out, one way or the other." Shay stood a few feet away, her arms folded. "Why don't you just admit it?" she countered. "You can't stop thinking about Jocelyn Kirk. That's the real reason you aren't asleep." He sighed. "Go back to bed, Shay. You'll need your strength, putting in a full day at the Curly-Burly tomorrow." She made a rueful face, though her eyes, as usual, were smiling. "How much strength does it take to sweep up hair?" she retorted. "Plenty," Slade said. "My mother believes in hard work, her own and yours." "I was thinking of taking the day off, actually," Shay announced, in a tone that said she was testing the waters. "You know, so I could stay here and help Opal get settled, put her things away and everything." Slade halted his stepdaughter's speech with a raised index finger. "1 second," he interrupted. "You only started work this morning. Now you want to take tomorrow off?" "Special circumstances," Shay pointed out. "You'll be patrolling the county all day, ignoring people with electric helmets on their heads and whatever else you do. Who's going to make Opal feel welcome?" "Opal," Slade said, in wry truth, "can take care of herself. I told her I'd leave the door unlocked in the morning, and it's pretty obvious what needs to be done around here." He spread his arms, indicating the clutter surrounding them both. It was weird how he'd gotten by with so little stuff living at the duplex. And now, all of a sudden, he was surrounded by things. "She doesn't even have a car," Shay persisted. Slade saw law school in her future. She was born to argue any case, no matter how flimsy. "How is she supposed to get out here in the first place?" "Opal told me at supper that her friend Marty will drive her out," Slade answered, with exaggerated patience. "And I've already got a line on a good used car for her to use in the future. Boone offered to sell me his late wife's compact. Now, will you go back to bed?" Shay hauled back a chair at the table and plunked herself down on the seat. "Sure, Dad," she said. "When you turn in, I'll do the same." A pause. "Did you say late just now? You're buying Opal a dead person's car?" "As far as I know," Slade said, "it isn't haunted." Sadness touched the center of his heart, though, remembering Boone's pretty bride, Corinne. They'd been high school sweethearts, Boone and Corinne, joined at the hip, as Callie liked to say, apart only when Boone served his hitch in the Marines. Corinne had died a couple of years ago of breast cancer, at the age of 32. Boone hadn't been the same since, and who could blame him? "Stubborn," Slade said, shaking his head, bringing his attention back to his stepdaughter. "You're stubborn." "Believe it," Shay responded. "You'd almost think I was a Barlow." Slade sighed again, thrust a hand through his hair, again. So that was it. There was still some breath and a heartbeat in the subject of the adoption that never happened, so she wanted to kick it around a little longer. "Shay," he said, his voice quiet, "I can't change the past. I can't go back in time and adopt you, as much as I wish that were possible." She was quiet for a long time. Then she asked, very softly, "What about now? Why couldn't you adopt me now?" "Shay, that probably isn't even possible, now that your mom and I are divorced. The legal complications boggle the mind, and besides, I don't think your mom would agree to that anyway." "How do you know, if you don't ask her?" "Sweetheart, your real dad isn't going to win any prizes for parenthood, but he's out there somewhere. And even if your mom wanted to let me adopt you, this guy has rights where you're concerned." "What rights? He was a sperm donor." "Your mother was married to him, Shay." "No, she wasn't." "Of course she was." Shay shook her head, and the expression in her eyes was obstinate. "I saw some paperwork. Something to do with security clearance, so Mom can travel with Bentley sometimes after they're married. And it said Mom had had one husband. Count 'em. One. And that husband was you, Dad." Slade frowned. Soon after he and Lane had met, she'd told him about Shay's natural father. Said she'd known the guy in college, that they'd eloped, realized they'd made a mistake, and parted ways, all within a few months. He'd known Lane was pregnant, this yahoo, and said he wasn't ready to take on the responsibility of a family. At the time, Slade hadn't cared about his wife's past, only the present they shared and their future together. Responsibility? Bring it on. Except there hadn't been a future together. "It was a short marriage, Shay," he finally answered. "Maybe, in your mother's mind, it didn't count as the real thing." "Oh, great. So that means I don't count? I'm not the real thing either?" "I didn't say that," Slade said. Obviously, this wasn't going to be a short conversation, or an easy one. He took a chair at the table, reached out to take Shay's hand, give her fingers a brief squeeze. "Of course you count." "Then adopt me." "Shay, at least ask Mom about it, Dad." Slade took a moment to collect his thoughts. "Why is this so important to you, Shay? You're not a little girl anymore. In a couple of years, you'll be in college." "It's important," Shay said, her eyes filling with tears. "Because once Mom and Bentley are married, with you mostly out of the picture, I'll be his stepdaughter. And he's a big advocate of me going to boarding school in the fall." The truth hurts, Slade reflected glumly. He'd seen little of Shay since the divorce, mostly because of the distance between Montana and Southern California, and he wished he'd made more of an effort. "An adoption is pretty much out of the question," he said. "But tell you what, I'll ask your mother if you can stay here in Parable for the coming school year. How would that be?"
Shay sighed heavily. "Better than nothing, I guess," she conceded. Then she perked up again, as another idea struck her. "What if you and Mom got back together? You could adopt me then, couldn't you?"
"That isn't going to happen, Shay," Slade said gently, wondering how long the kid had been hoping he and Lane would reconcile. From the beginning, probably. "The deal is, if your mother agrees, you can go to school here next year instead of that other place. Take it or leave it."
Shay considered the offer. "You think she'd say yes? Let me stay with you, I mean?"
"She's letting you spend the summer."
Shay's face brightened. "Better than nothing," she decided aloud.
"Gee, thanks," Slade gestured.
"You'll ask Mom?"
"I'll ask her. Tomorrow."
Shay bounded out of her chair, threw her arms around his neck, and hugged him. Then she stood back. "You won't regret this, Dad." Slade laughed, but the sound was throaty, more like a cough.
"Go to bed," he told her.
She kissed the top of his head. "Thanks, Dad," she told him. And that was the whole conversation. Without further argument, Shay went back upstairs to her room. Jasper followed, stopping at the base of the steps to look questioningly back at Slade.
"Go ahead,"
Slade told the dog. Jasper clattered up the stairs behind Shay. And Slade sat alone in the kitchen for a while after they'd gone, thinking things through. When, after almost an hour, he hadn't come to any new conclusions, he got up, locked the back door, shut off the lights, and climbed the stairs, where the air mattress waited. After brushing his teeth and trading his clothes for a pair of sweatpants, comfortably worn, he stretched out on the inflatable bed, stared up at the dark ceiling, and cupped his hands behind his head. Morning would be a long time coming. When Jocelyn wandered out of the maid's quarters the next morning in search of coffee, she found Opal already in the kitchen, fully dressed, coiffed, and busy at the stove. "French toast," Opal announced, with a nod toward the pan she'd been standing over, spatula at the ready. The aroma was a delicious swirl in the air. Opal's French toast was special, more like a fried sandwich, always with some tasty filling in the center, like cream cheese and blueberries. Suddenly hungry, Jocelyn padded over to the counter, helped herself to a mug from the hooks Kendra had artfully arranged near the coffee maker, and poured herself an eye-opener. "You're not supposed to be cooking," she grumbled, well aware that Opal would be taking off for Slade's place that very day, and leaving her and Lucy Maud alone in that big house. Glad as she was that her friend had decided to stay on in Parable, she also felt a little cheated at having their reunion cut short. "You're a guest, remember?" "Drink that coffee," Opal commanded cheerfully. "Maybe a jolt of caffeine will improve your personality." Jocelyn laughed. "Sorry," she said. "I guess I am a little cranky." "A little?" Opal teased. Jocelyn sat down at the table, the scene of last night's electrified supper with Slade Barlow seated practically at her elbow. Some of the buzz lingered, a silent zip that made her nerves leap under her skin. "You just got here," she pointed out, while Opal continued to supervise the French toast. "And now you're leaving again." "It's not like I'm going to the ends of the earth, girl," Opal responded, plopping the food onto a plate and bringing it to Jocelyn, along with a knife, fork, and spoon. The syrup had already been set out, though she probably wouldn't mess with perfection by adding any to her French toast.
I'll be just outside of town, and we can see each other whenever we want." Jocelyn took a few more sips from her coffee mug as Lucy Maud meandered in, tail high and twitching lazily back and forth. She leaned down to stroke the cat once as she passed close to her ankles. "I know," she said. "It's just—" Opal refilled her own coffee cup and joined Jocelyn at the table. "Just that it's Slade Barlow I'll be keeping house for, and seeing me will mean seeing him, too. Is that what you're trying to say?" Jocelyn set her mug down, picked up her fork, regarded her breakfast, and laid the utensil back on the table. "I'm glad you're staying in Parable, Opal," she said carefully. "That's what matters. As for Slade, well, it's not like I'm avoiding him or anything. We are going to a horse auction together on Saturday." Opal chuckled, shook her head. She looked younger than she had when she got off the bus in front of the service station. Her eyes bright with purpose and mischief, and that razor-sharp intuition Jocelyn had forgotten the woman possessed. "Last night at supper," she said, "you looked like you were about to jump right out of yourself. So did Slade, though he managed to hide it a little better." Jocelyn sighed. "He makes me nervous," she admitted. Opal reached over, picked up Jocelyn's fork, and placed it in her hand. "Eat," she said, "and between bites, tell me what it is about that man that scares you so much." One taste of the French toast led to another. It was scrumptious, of course. And there didn't seem to be any point in trying to steer the conversation away from Slade, since Opal would only steer it right back. Just the same, the truth, that she wanted him, was just too raw to tell, even to Opal. So she hedged a little. "He's divorced, and he has a stepdaughter. The situation is complicated." Opal sighed. "Lots of folks get things wrong the first time out, marriage-wise, and do better when they try again," she said. "Shay lives with her mother most of the year, from what she told me last night while I was showing her through this big old house. And besides, I don't think she's the kind to cause trouble. As for complications, well, wake up and smell the bacon, girl. Life is complicated." Jocelyn remembered being part of a step-family, how she'd felt different, somehow set apart from the kids living under the same roof as both their natural parents. She'd been fond of Elliot, thought of him as her dad, but she'd also resented him for taking up so much of her mother's time and attention. Elliot and Dana had traveled a lot when they were married, and even when they'd both been at home, they'd tended to get lost in each other. They'd tried to have more children, Jocelyn knew, and when Dana hadn't conceived, their disappointment had been palpable. In her little girl mind, Jocelyn reflected, she'd come to the conclusion that she wasn't enough for them. To be completely happy, her mother and stepfather had needed other daughters or sons. If it hadn't been for Opal, Jocelyn thought, still surprised at the insights that had just surfaced in her mind, seemingly out of nowhere, she might have felt as bereft as a child as Kendra had. "Shay needs Slade's full attention right now," Jocelyn observed, in belated response to Opal's statement about life being complicated. "They've been apart, and now they're together, and they have to work out how that's going to be. I'd just be another problem to sort out." Opal's eyes widened, then narrowed. "A problem? That's all you think you've got to offer that man or his daughter?" "I don't have a place in the situation, Opal," Jocelyn answered, believing it with her whole heart. She'd always been the extra puzzle piece, the one that didn't fit with the rest of the picture. 1 + 1 does not come out to 3, no matter how you juggle the numbers. Opal just stared at her for a long time, shaking her head. "I don't understand you," she said finally. "Jossie girl, I don't understand you one little bit. Not right now, anyway." Jocelyn had no answer for that. She didn't understand either. Chapter 16. There was a brief flurry of activity when Opal moved to Slade's ranch, driven there with her one suitcase by her friend Marty Wren, but then, for Jocelyn, it was business as usual. She worked hard at keeping busy over the next few days, managing Kendra's office as best she could, given her limited knowledge of real estate, responding to emails and answering the telephone, printing out lessons for her online course, and gobbling them up practically whole. She'd almost forgotten her innate passion for learning, for experimentation, for discovery. She'd been ready for hours that Saturday morning, the day of the livestock auction, when she finally heard Slade's truck tires rolling over the snow-white gravel of the driveway. But she took her time answering the brisk knock at the sun porch door. No need to seem too eager. And besides, Slade was taking her to a horse sale, not the cattleman's ball. Deciding what to wear had been a no-brainer. Jeans, sneakers, a long-sleeve green T-shirt that would protect her arms from sunburn, swipes of lip gloss and mascara for makeup. She'd done her hair up in a ponytail, so it was less likely to stick to her neck if she got sweaty, and borrowed a baseball cap from Kendra's closet so her nose wouldn't peel. The ponytail fit nicely through the hole at the back of the cap. Dressed this way, Jocelyn thought, as she crossed the sun porch to lift the hook on the screen door, nobody would think she was out to vamp Slade Barlow. But there he was, tall, dark, and definitely handsome, standing on the back steps with his hat in his hand and his head tilted to one side. He was definitely ripe for vamping. He wore a light blue western-cut shirt, open at the throat, jeans that rested easy on his lower body, and polished boots. His dangerously blue eyes took her in with a sweep of quiet appreciation. "Ready?" he asked. His voice was husky. Jocelyn, not trusting her own, merely nodded that she was. Shay, meanwhile, waved from the truck. She was in the back seat with Jasper, and the girl's smile was dazzling, even from that distance. In fact, Jasper seemed to be grinning from ear to ear, too. "I'm staying in Parable for a whole year," Shay crowed excitedly, when Slade opened the passenger door for Jocelyn, and she climbed up into the seat. "Dad called Mom this morning and asked her if I could go to school in Parable, and she said yes." Shay's delight, like her smile, was effervescent and therefore contagious. Jocelyn turned and smiled back at the teenager as she buckled herself into the seatbelt. "That's great," she said, confused. But was it really? Once he'd walked around the truck and gotten behind the wheel, Slade smiled and shook his head. "We'll see if you're still this excited after school actually starts, and you realize this definitely isn't L.A. "Are you trying to get me to change my mind about staying?" Shay demanded, sounding a little hurt. Slade chuckled, the sound almost hoarse. It relaxed Jocelyn a little, realizing he was wound up as tightly as she was, though she couldn't be sure it was for the same reasons. "No," he said, "I'm glad about it." As Slade backed the truck down the driveway and eased out onto the street, Shay chattered on, this time addressing Jocelyn. "I asked Opal to come with us, but she's baking pies all day. And then she and Marty Wren are going to a bingo game over at the Legion Hall. Opal sent to Great Falls for all her stuff, and it's arriving next week in a moving van, and—"
"Shay," Slade interrupted affably.
"What?"
"Come up for air," he replied, with a short laugh. "Take a breath."
Shay pretended to get huffy, sitting back hard in the seat and folding her arms. "You don't have to act like a dad all the time," she pointed out, "just because you're in charge of me for a year." Slade gave Jocelyn a look, his eyes twinkling. Meanwhile, Jocelyn considered the ramifications of Shay's big news. It wasn't as if she and Slade were in a relationship, after all. But even if they had been, none of what was going on was her business in any way, shape, or form. She had no right to object, and no real reason. And yet— "I sure hope I find the perfect horse," Shay piped up, somewhat fretfully, when they were out of town and on the highway to Missoula. The drive would take about an hour, Jocelyn knew, and they'd pass through some breathtakingly beautiful territory along the way.
"Something tells me you're not going to be all that hard to please," Slade remarked. "Not when it comes to horses, anyhow."
At that moment, Shay's cell phone played an ear-jarring guitar riff, and she answered with an excited, "Tiffany? Hi. Sure, I can talk now." Slade sighed. He'd rolled up his shirt sleeves before starting up the rig, and the muscles in his forearm flexed powerfully as he worked the gear shift. His fingers were long and deft. Great, Jocelyn thought, bringing herself up short. She'd been in the man's truck for all of 10 minutes, and she was already cataloging his body parts. "So if Opal's baking pies and going to bingo," she said, because the silence between her and Slade was too awkward, "she must be feeling right at home at your place." Slade slanted a glance in her direction, and she thought she saw a flicker of concern in his eyes.
"It all happened pretty fast," he said. "Opal moving in with us, I mean. You just found her, as I understand it, and now she's gone again."
Slade's remark touched Jocelyn's heart in an unexpected way, made her throat tighten up. She'd been on her own for a long time, and she valued her independence, would defend it fiercely if any kind of threat arose. But she had narrowed her life to the point where she practically had to live it sideways to squeak through. Now, suddenly, that nose-to-the-grindstone existence she'd created for herself was expanding, erupting, breaking open. She was terrified. Still, it was comforting to know her feelings concerning Opal's abrupt departure for his ranch house mattered to Slade, even just a little. "Opal wasn't happy being retired," she said after swallowing. "She needs to be needed." "Don't we all?" she thought. "Take me, for instance. When was the last time someone needed me? Besides Lucy Maud or Jasper, I mean."
"Well," Slade answered easily, "Shay and I can sure fill the bill there. We definitely need her."
He paused and grinned a little at the exuberant conversation Shay was carrying on in the back seat via her cell phone. Everything was so important at that age, life or death.
"Opal's amazing. She's only been with us a few days, and already there's a place for everything. Everything's in that place. I have all the clean shirts a man could ask for, washed, starched, and ironed, and you can see yourself in the backsplash behind the kitchen sink."
Jocelyn laughed. "That's Opal," she said. "I imagine you're eating pretty well, too."
"Too well," Slade admitted. "If this keeps up, I'll have a belly in no time. Give me a pair of mirrored sunglasses and one of those round hats, and I'll look just like Jackie Gleason and Smokey and the Bandit."
The thought made Jocelyn chuckle. She could imagine Slade years from now, with wisps of gray at his temples and deeper lines in his ruggedly masculine face, especially around his eyes. But it was almost impossible to picture Slade Barlow's hard body gone soft. After that, they lapsed into an easy quiet, though Shay continued to field one phone call after another. She must have told a dozen different people that she was, 1, staying in Parable with her dad, yes, for real, 2, on the way to choose her very own horse, and 3, she even had an actual job. The livestock sale, it turned out, was being held at a big auction facility just that side of Missoula. There were trucks, horse trailers, and people everywhere, as many women as men, and plenty of kids and dogs, too. Jasper immediately ran off to join in canine games, and Slade didn't seem a bit worried by that. Teenagers in jeans and boots and souvenir T-shirts from every conceivable kind of concert soon appeared, taking Shay into the boisterous fold as easily as if she'd been one of them since birth. In the city, Jocelyn thought, fretful, people kept their children inside in crowds like this, even the older ones, and their dogs on leashes. She flung a perplexed glance in Slade's direction, and he gave one of those tilted-up smiles again, the kind that made her heart beat faster. And then he read her mind. "They'll be all right," he said, with a nod to indicate his daughter and his dog. "There isn't a person here I haven't known since I got tall enough to see over a milk stool, Jocelyn." She nodded, reassured, and one of them took the other's hand, though Jocelyn was never sure who actually made the first move. The jolt that went through her should have lit up her skeleton, like in a cartoon. They reconnected with Shay inside one of several huge barns, where something like 50 horses were up for sale. Shay, still surrounded by new friends, immediately gravitated toward a small chestnut mare, with streaks of creamy beige in her mane and tail. "This one," she called over to Slade, her face shining. "Dad, this is the one." Slade gave the brim of his hat a casual tug, cowboyese, evidently, for "I hear you," and turned his attention to a massive bay gelding with a deep chest and impossibly long legs. Like everyone else except Shay, who stationed herself at the mare's pen and couldn't be spirited away, Slade looked at every horse, in every stall and pen. He checked out the ones outside in the corral, too. But it was the big bay gelding he came back to. He let himself into the stall, ran his hands over the horse's sturdy limbs, along his neck and flanks. Jocelyn, fraudulent former rodeo queen, was both intrigued by these animals and overwhelmed by their size and power. A week presiding over the Parable County Rodeo on a borrowed horse, and a single ride through the countryside with Hutch Carmody, did not change the essential fact that she was a complete greenhorn. Still, there was this golden Palomino mare in the last stall on the right, while other animals were restless, blowing and shying in the atmosphere of general excitement. This one seemed gentle, to a degree that was almost zen. Jocelyn lingered in front of the gate and tentatively reached out a hand to stroke the mare's long, beautiful nose. When she stepped back, she collided, although not very hard, with Slade, who'd apparently been standing right behind her. "Thinking about getting yourself a horse?" he asked, looking down at her with another of those small, crooked smiles that always made her breath catch like a hook in her throat. She laughed, shook her head. "Where would I keep a horse?" she countered. "Hutch would probably board her for you," Slade answered offhandedly. Then he went into that stall, as he had the geldings, and examined the Palomino more closely. "She's solid," he said. "Pretty calm, too." Jocelyn didn't say anything to that. No way was she buying a horse. She was there to watch, that's all. An announcement was made over the loudspeakers just then. The sale was about to start, the auctioneer said amiably, and folks ought to find themselves a seat in the bleachers over by the arena pronto. The spots under the big aluminum awning would go fast. Shay reluctantly left the little chestnut mare to follow Slade and Jocelyn out into the hot sun and the dust and the noise of old friends and longtime neighbors greeting each other. Gatherings like this, she supposed, were a kind of social event for a lot of these people. After waiting in line in front of a long table set in the shade, Slade registered to bid, was given a number on a piece of paper stapled to a flat wooden stick, and joined Shay and Jocelyn in the third row of the bleachers. By then, to Jocelyn's secret relief, Jasper had found his way back to them too, and he sat leaning against Shay's blue-jeaned leg, panting happily in the bone-warming heat, and keeping a close eye on the proceedings. The auction unfolded rapidly, and Jocelyn enjoyed the deft chatter of the auctioneer, the festive country fair aspect of the whole event. All around them, people ate hot dogs and swilled soda from the concession stand, and studied every horse that was led into the arena as thoroughly as if they expected to ride the animal through mountain passes and across raging rivers. Some of them probably did. Jocelyn felt the sun baking right through her t-shirt to turn her shoulders red, but she didn't care. It was perfect, sitting there with Slade on one side of her and Shay and Jasper on the other. To the casual observer, they probably looked like any other local family, making a day of it. After half an hour or so, Shay's chestnut mare came up for sale, and Slade was the highest bidder. Shay let out a joyous yell and jumped to her feet. "I'm naming her Chessie," she cried, and then she and Jasper both took off for the barn again, wanting to hang out with Chessie when she was returned to her stall. Slade smiled at that, but offered no comment. Another 40 minutes passed, and then the big gelding was on offer. Buying Chessie had been relatively easy. There had only been one other bidder, and the man had dropped out when the price went into 4 digits. There was more interest in the gelding, though, and the bids kept climbing. All but one potential buyer fell away as the numbers mounted, and Jocelyn, narrowing her eyes, surveyed the crowd for the troublemaker. She guessed she shouldn't have been surprised when she saw that it was none other than Hutch Carmody, seated a few rows down from them, where she hadn't noticed him before. But she was. Slade had spotted him too, and there was a hard line along the edge of his jaw as he bid and bid again. Each time his turn came around, Hutch raised his number on a stick, or simply nodded to the auctioneer. Jocelyn was on the edge of her seat, sinking her teeth into her lower lip, when Hutch finally let the gelding go, for approximately 3 times his real value, Slade would admit later. The expression in his eyes went beyond stubborn and well toward implacable, and Hutch looked just as serious. Obviously, this wasn't just about the horse. In the end, though, the gelding was Slade's, and Jocelyn fully expected him to sign the check and leave the sale then, since his business there was completed. He'd already arranged, she knew, to have any stock he bought transported to Whisper Creek Ranch, so there wouldn't be any loading to do. Pay and go, that was the plan. Except that he didn't budge from the bleachers. Horse after horse came up for auction. Hutch bought several of them. And then one of the men helping with the sale led the Palomino mare out. Sundance. The name, perfect for this particular animal, with its gleaming golden coat, leaped into Jocelyn's mind, and her heartbeat quickened. "Don't be silly," she told herself. "What in the world would you do with a horse?" Sudden, inexplicable tears scalded her eyes, though, and a longing older than time swelled in her chest. When the bidding began, Slade leaned forward slightly, his gaze intent, and watched people raise their numbers, which popped up all over the arena. At the very last moment, when Sundance would have gone for a goodly sum of money, he nearly doubled the bid. The auctioneer chuckled into his microphone. "Looks like the sheriff wants this horse," he commented. "Maybe he's getting up a posse." Good-natured chuckles rippled through the crowd. Slade simply waited. Hutch hadn't bid on the animal even once, but the tension thrumming in the air between the two men was almost tangible just the same. "Anybody want to bid higher?" the auctioneer finally asked. No one spoke. "Sold!" shouted the man with the microphone, pointing to Slade. Slade raised his number so the bookkeeper could record it. All during the exchange, he hadn't looked away from the mare or the arena. Now his gaze landed on Jocelyn's face. "Every rodeo queen ought to have a horse," he said simply. Joy filled Jocelyn, quickly followed by a tsunami of reality. "Slade, I can't afford... I don't have a place." "She can live at Whisper Creek for the time being, along with my gelding and Shay's Chessie." There was a certain gentle finality in his tone, and Jocelyn simply stared at him, completely at a loss for words. After that, he took her hand, and they left the bleachers, folks calling out greetings and congratulations to Slade all along the way, and they headed for the barns. A large semi-truck had appeared near the main building, with the Whisper Creek Ranch logo emblazoned on both sides, and men were already loading the horses Hutch had chosen. Slade ignored the truck, nodded toward the barn. "Would you mind rounding up Shay and Jasper while I'm settling with the auction people and making sure the horses get to Whisper Creek?" he asked Jocelyn. Jocelyn nodded and was about to turn and head for the barn when Hutch walked up to them and gestured toward the fancy semi. "I'm headed that way myself," he said, with just the merest touch of irony. The brim of his hat cast a shadow over his face, though, and Jocelyn couldn't quite read his expression. "Back to Whisper Creek, that is. Might as well let me haul your cayuses right along with mine." The tension between Slade and Hutch was so intense, Jocelyn feared they might just lunge at each other, fists flying. After a long moment, though, Slade sighed and said, "I'd appreciate that, Hutch." Jocelyn knew she ought to be headed for the barn, where she was sure to find Shay and Jasper admiring Chessie, but for some reason she couldn't bring herself to leave Slade's side, not yet. Hutch's gaze moved to her face, and one side of his mouth hitched up briefly, in an attempt at a grin. "That fine little Palomino mare is for you, I guess?" he asked. Jocelyn bristled, nettled by something in Hutch's tone or manner. "Sundance belongs to Slade," she said. Hutch shifted his weight from one booted foot to the other and adjusted his hat again. "Sundance," he repeated. "Nice name." His eyes moved in a lazy sweep from Jocelyn's face to Slade's. "Never figured you for the poetic type," he drawled. Slade's jawline tightened. "I'm full of surprises," he said, almost growling the words. Hutch chuckled at that, shook his head. "No, brother, you're not," he said. "Fact is, you're about as unpredictable as tomorrow's sunrise." A silent snap jarred the air, sharp as the crack of a whip. Slade's shoulders were squared, and his chin jutted out just a fraction. "I guess it's a good thing," he replied slowly, "that I don't really give a rat's ass what you think of me." Again, that hard pull of tension, tighter this time, stretched to the limit, sure to break with the next tug. Hutch merely smiled, though, looked at Jocelyn again. He might have been a stranger, she thought, instead of an old friend, one of the few who had stood by her after Elliot's long and dramatic fall from grace. "If you want any more riding lessons," he offered, "you know where to find me." Inside the arena, the auction went on, the announcer's voice as rhythmic as a song. Hutch nodded in farewell then, tugged at the brim of his hat, and turned to walk away, heading back toward the ongoing sale. Slade stopped him with a single word. "Hutch," he said. Hutch paused, in no particular hurry to oblige, and looked back over one shoulder. "Yeah?" "Thanks for running up the bid on that gelding," Slade said evenly. "Glad to do it," Hutch answered with a grin. "You don't really think you can win the race riding him, do you?" "I sure as hell mean to try," Slade answered. Hutch chuckled, shook his head once, and walked away. Slade's jaw looked as hard as granite as he watched Hutch disappear into the shadows cast by the bleachers surrounding the arena. Jocelyn, having spotted Shay and Jasper approaching out of the corner of her eye, stood right where she was, watching Slade. Finally, he looked at her. "Meet you at the truck," he said gruffly. And she felt oddly dismissed, brushed aside. In the next moment, he headed for the office to pay for the horses. Shay was beaming as she came to Jocelyn's side, Jasper trotting happily in her wake. "I took 1,000 pictures of Chessie with my phone," she announced, "and texted them to every single person I know, even Mom and Bentley." Jocelyn, grateful that the strain had eased, now that Hutch and Slade weren't facing off like a pair of Old West gunslingers about to have a showdown in the middle of a dusty street, smiled. "I like the name you chose for her," she said. "She's beautiful with that red-brown hide of hers." "Thanks," Shay said. "It's not because of her coloring, though. Chessie is short for Cheshire, like in Alice in Wonderland." A pause, spent looking around the immediate area. "Where's Dad? He promised we'd get lunch on the way home, and Granz is expecting me at the salon by 2:00. "He's in the office," Jocelyn answered. "He suggested that we meet him at the truck." Shay nodded and started toward the parking lot, Jocelyn keeping pace as best she could. Although Shay wasn't very tall, she had long legs, and she walked fast, Jasper bounding alongside. "Of course, I'd lots rather go riding than sweep up hair and take care of the appointment book at the Curly Burly," the girl went on, as though there hadn't been a break in the conversation, as she held the door open so Jasper could jump into the back seat ahead of her. "But a job is a job, and Dad is big on responsibility." "Well," Jocelyn responded mundanely, taking her place in front, "responsibility is a pretty important trait." The woman-child, her face visible to Jocelyn in the rearview mirror, had the good grace not to roll her eyes. "But it's not everything," she said lightly. "Except, of course, to my dad." Jocelyn, recalling Hutch's jibe at Slade's predictability, felt a swift, sharp sting at the recollection. Except for Kendra, Hutch had been her closest friend all through school. He'd remained loyal, even when the other kids in their crowd wouldn't speak to her because of what Elliot had done. For all that, today anyway, she could cheerfully have throttled Hutch Carmody with her bare hands. Not only had he goaded Slade unnecessarily, but he'd thrown out that remark about the riding lessons, emphasizing the word more, to let his half-brother know what? "Jocelyn?" Shay said, bringing her back to the here and now, where she came in for a hard landing. Jocelyn turned, looked back at the girl, waited for whatever it was she meant to say. "Are you and my dad sleeping together?" By the time he'd written a hefty check to pay for the 3 horses he'd bought that morning and returned to the truck, Slade had shaken off the effects of the near row with Hutch. His breakfast, scrambled eggs, toast, fried potatoes, and ham, prepared by Opal, was beginning to wear off, and he was thinking about lunch. He climbed into the truck and stuck the key in the ignition before it hit him that Shay and Jocelyn were both being unusually quiet. "Everything okay?" he asked, looking at Shay first. She was playing some game on her cell phone, Jasper snoozing beside her on the back seat. And then at Jocelyn. Her color was a little high, and she stared straight ahead through the windshield. "Look," Slade said, after a heavy sigh of resignation. "We're not going anywhere until somebody tells me why this truck feels like the inside of a meat locker." "I might have asked a personal question?" Shay chimed, not even looking up from her phone. Slade glanced at Jocelyn again. "Like what?" he asked. "Never mind," Jocelyn said stiffly. "Can we just go now?" "No," Slade said, "we can't." "All I did was ask Jocelyn if you and she were sleeping together," Shay interjected. "And just like that, she gets all huffy." Slade closed his eyes for a long moment and fought hard to keep the twitch in his lips from turning into a grin. "Inappropriate," he told his daughter, and he meant it, even though he still wanted to laugh. Jocelyn, he realized, wasn't angry. She was embarrassed. What a strange and enticing combination of innocence and sophistication this woman was. "Sorry," Shay said, brightly insincere. The game she was playing on her phone came with an annoying little tune, made up of beeps and robotic yahoos. Jocelyn didn't say anything, but she wasn't sitting quite as stiffly as before, and her cheeks weren't so pink. Slade let out his breath. "I'll talk to her later," he told Jocelyn quietly. She relaxed a little, sighed, looked at him finally. "I probably overreacted," she said. "You think?" Shay asked, amidst the merry beeps. "Turn that thing off," Slade said. The beeping stopped. "Dad?" Shay ventured, sounding almost timid. "What?" Slade asked, grinding the key in the ignition. "Thanks for buying me the horse," Shay replied. She reached forward, touched Jocelyn's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Jocelyn," she added, and this time she sounded as if she meant it. "It's none of my business what you and Dad do together." A slow smile broke over Jocelyn's face, and then she laughed. "Thanks," she said. "I think." "Apology accepted?" Shay pressed. "Apology accepted," Jocelyn confirmed. After that, the mood lightened up considerably. They ate lunch at a diner along the highway, Shay running on the whole time about how she'd rather ride Chessie than sweep up hair at the Curly-Burly for the rest of the day. Slade, just back from taking Jasper a hamburger to eat in the truck, smiled at that. "If you don't work," he reasoned, taking his seat at the table again, "where are you going to get the money to feed a horse? There'll be veterinary bills to pay, too, and you'll need a saddle and bridle and some other gear on top of that." Shay's eyes widened. "You never said I had to pay for anything," she said. Slade chuckled and toasted her with his nearly empty coffee cup. "Some things," he told her, "go without saying." Shay's gaze moved to Jocelyn, who was sitting across from her beside Slade. And the girl's thoughts were so clear that they might as well have been inscribed on her forehead. "What will Jocelyn have to do to pay for the horse you bought her?" Chapter 17. Slade dropped Shay off at the Curly-Burly once they were back in Parable, along with Jasper, who seemed reluctant to leave the girl's side, and promised to pick them up when her shift was over, which left him with the meantime heavy on his hands. He had the whole day off, And Sunday, too, a rare occurrence. And he didn't feel like hurrying back to the ranch, where Opal was either baking up a storm or getting ready for bingo. Of course, he could head out to Whisper Creek and help unload the new horses, since 3 of them were his. But the mood between him and Hutch was like tinder dry grass, needing only a spark to set off a wildfire. Simple prudence indicated that he and Hutch both needed some space, at least for today. Better to leave that alone till morning anyhow, when he'd feel duty-bound to drive out there and feed his own horses. With luck, he wouldn't run into Hutch. His half-brother was a busy man, after all, running one of the biggest ranches in the state. He looked over at Jocelyn, sitting rigid in the passenger seat. Her color was high again, and she was gazing straight ahead at Callie's reader board, as though fascinated by the offering of free haircuts for active-duty military personnel home on leave. "I don't expect anything," Slade felt compelled to say, though he felt foolish for bringing up something that should have been obvious. "In return for the horse, I mean." "I know," Jocelyn said. Her voice was soft as she turned her head to look at him. For a long moment they just sat there, with the air pulsing between them. And then Slade sighed and started the truck, backed out of the parking space in Callie's lot, and steered for the highway. Neither of them said anything all the way back to Kendra's place. It wasn't far, but it seemed like a long drive to Slade, longer than the one down from Missoula. He got out of the truck to walk Jocelyn to the door, because that was what you did, taking a woman home, even in the middle of the afternoon. When she took his hand, he felt that now familiar charge, fit to knock him back on the heels of his best boots. He swallowed hard. "Jocelyn." She reached up, pressed one index finger against his mouth. He was jolted again, even by the lightest of touches. It was like dancing in a mud puddle in the pouring rain, with both hands gripping an electric fence. Still grasping his hand, she started toward the guest house. Inside, where it was shadowy and cool, they stood practically toe-to-toe in the kitchen. "This isn't about the horse," she said. And then, at his gruff chuckle, she blushed. Damn, but she was even more beautiful when she colored up like that. Her eyes turned a deeper shade of brown, and flecks of golden light sparked in them. Light that had to be coming from inside her, since the shades were drawn against the heat. He had to kiss her. So he did. And he felt her soft body melt against him. Felt her nipples harden like stones against his chest, even through both their clothes. He was careful at first, but as the situation developed and their tongues became involved, he practically consumed her. "This is not a good idea," he gasped out, when their mouths finally parted. Jocelyn spread her hand against his chest, fingers splayed. "It's absolutely the wrong thing to do," she agreed dreamily. Then she stood on tiptoe, slid her arms around his neck, and kissed him in earnest. The whole universe seemed to shift. "I really ought to go," he rasped the next time they came up for air. "You really should," Jocelyn replied. But she'd taken his hand again, and she was pulling him toward an inside doorway. Sure enough, they wound up in the bedroom. He figured he was either the stupidest man alive, or the luckiest, or both. "You're sure about this?" he asked, watching as she removed her baseball cap, tossed it aside, raised her hands to undo the ponytail and send her hair spilling in rich brown glory around her shoulders. "No," she answered, with an honesty he could appreciate, even in those circumstances. "Are you?" "I'm sure I want to make love to you," Slade said. "Beyond that—" She hauled her T-shirt off over her head, stood there in her jeans and her sneakers and her lacy pink bra. "At least we can agree on that much," she said. "We both want to make love." Slade wasn't usually tongue-tied with women, half-naked or otherwise. Sex was a natural function, after all, like sleeping, eating, and breathing. But this wasn't just any woman. His head reeled, and he was hard as tamarack, and if he loused this up, he'd have ruined something precious. He was a man on a precipice, and he was about to lose his balance. "Jocelyn," he stumbled. I didn't—" She moved to the bedside table, unfastening her bra as she went, opened a drawer, took out a box, and set it down. "Condoms," he marveled. "Are you always this direct?" She let the bra drop, revealing the most perfect pair of breasts he'd ever seen, not too big and not too small. "Actually," she answered, "I'm never this direct. And it's your turn to take off an article of clothing, by the way." He laughed, though it was a raw sound, scraped from his throat. He untucked his shirt, worked the snaps, let the garment fall forgotten to the floor. He wanted to lay his hands, better yet, his tongue, on those lush breasts of hers, and then proceed to do a lot more. She moved toward him, there in that tiny bedroom, and they stood skin to skin, and Slade hesitated, then let his hands rest lightly against her shoulder blades. Her flesh was soft and warm and smooth under his palms and his fingers, and her breasts pressed against his chest. A groan escaped him. She cupped his face in her hands, looked up into his eyes, and murmured, "This was inevitable, you know." "Bound to happen," Slade confirmed. He kissed her again, and there was a scuffle while they both grappled with the snaps and buttons on each other's jeans, and both of them ended up laughing. When they were both naked, they did some more kissing, and somehow wound up squeezed into a Lilliputian shower together under a lukewarm spray. Whatever happened after this, Slade thought, he was never going to regret making love to Jocelyn Kirk on that hot summer afternoon. He wouldn't allow himself to regret it. They washed themselves, washed each other, and as the water drenched them both, Slade pressed Jocelyn against the tile wall of the shower stall and kissed her yet again. Presently, knowing that the more slowly he went, the better this would be for both of them, he tasted her earlobe, her neck, the upper rounding of her breasts. "If you're inclined to change your mind, Jocelyn," he muttered, "now's the time to say so, because in another few minutes, you're going to be incoherent." Jocelyn didn't change her mind. She was in too deep for that. So she just gave herself up to what she'd wanted, needed, ever since she'd returned to Parable, and subsequently run smack into Slade Barlow. He kissed her breasts, tongued her nipples, slipped his fingers between her legs. She moaned, and the cravings grew to an almost painful intensity, and she was exultant in her surrender. When Slade moved to his knees, parted her, and took her into his mouth ever so gently, she cried out, plunging her fingers into his hair, holding him close against her. He enjoyed her at leisure, bringing her to the brink, then letting her descend again, whimpering, while he kissed and caressed her thighs. Only when she pleaded did he come back to the core of her, only teasing her at first, but then devouring her. He'd been right earlier. She was incoherent, her body flexing and buckling as he satisfied her, then satisfied her again, her cries joyous, her words nonsensical. She was limp when he shut off the shower spray, hoisted her into his arms, and carried her to the bed. Both of them were still wet. They hadn't bothered with towels, but neither cared. By then, nothing mattered but being joined. Slade laid Jocelyn down in the middle of the bedspread, fumbled for the box of condoms, and was soon stretched out on top of her, careful not to let his full weight rest on her. His face was so open, so earnest, as he looked deep into her eyes, asking the silent question. Jocelyn merely nodded, giving her permission. Slade claimed her in one long, slow stroke, and she was already climaxing in soft, sweet spasms before he'd withdrawn to thrust again. He kissed her eyelids lightly, whispered gentle words to her as she moved beneath him, ecstasy rippling through her as her body seized and then seized again. The releases were exquisite. But instead of sating Jocelyn, each one led to another, steeper climb, another pinnacle, higher than the last. She'd lost count of the peaks she'd reached when the big one came, the one that was off the Richter scale, the one that shattered her and left her in splinters, spinning in its wake like flotsam on a receding tide. When Slade finally lost control, it was with a low shout and a plunge that heightened Jocelyn's pleasure until she exploded from the inside. She dissolved into a splash of light against an inner sky, trailing brightly colored sparks like the finale to some celestial fireworks display. Slade fell beside her, breathing hard, stroking her breasts, her hips, her stomach, as she slowly descended into the real world again, reassembling her soul, piece by piece. They were silent for a long time, exhausted and spent, and Slade, one leg thrown across hers, continued to caress her until she needed him all over again. Deftly, so that she barely noticed the interruption, he replaced the first condom with a second, rolled onto his back, and brought her with him, and she found herself straddling his hips. This time there were no preliminaries. Slade entered her hard and fast and deep, wringing a gasp of welcome from her. Their lovemaking was wild, unrestrained, with neither one granting the other any quarter at all. The friction grew greater and greater, and Jocelyn, breathless, hoped it would never end, this giving and taking, this being more completely alive, more fully a woman than she'd ever known she could be. Slade grasped her hips and raised and lowered her along his shaft, faster and then more slowly, and then faster again. Jocelyn was neither promiscuous nor inexperienced, but she'd never been loved like this before. And somewhere in her frenzied days of need, she knew she might never be again. Whimpering Slade's name over and over, she crested the mountaintop and broke apart once more, raining fire upon her own inner landscape. Slade bucked high as he erupted inside her. She felt the warmth of him, spilling life. "Damn," she heard him mutter. "What?" She gasped the word, and it took her a long time to work up the energy to do even that. She'd collapsed onto the bed, half blinded by pleasure, sweating and blissfully wrung out. "I think the condom broke," Slade said. She squeezed her eyes shut. "No," she said. He left the bed, headed for the bathroom, returned a minute or so later. "The thing blew out like a bald tire," he told her, stretching out beside her on the bed again. Jocelyn laughed at the allegory, but in the next instant she was crying. Not because she might be pregnant, but against all logic and good sense, because she knew she couldn't be. There was the implant. Slade gathered her close against his chest. "Are we going to let this ruin the mood?" he teased huskily. She laughed again and sobbed, both at once. Was she losing her mind? She didn't love Slade Barlow, and he didn't love her. A baby would have been among the worst things that could have happened to either one of them. So why was her heart about to crack down the middle? "I'm not pregnant," she told him, and briefly explained the precautions she'd already taken. He smoothed her hair back from her cheek, where it was sticking to her tear-streaked, exertion-dampened face. "Well, that's good, I guess," he said doubtfully. "You guess?" she asked, a puzzled frown creasing her forehead. He kissed the crease away. "I can't say I'd be unhappy if you were," he said, with that stunning honesty of his. "It would be inconvenient for sure, but babies are supposed to be inconvenient, aren't they?" She couldn't believe her ears. Most men would have been wildly relieved to learn that a condom malfunction wasn't going to result in untimely parenthood. Slade, to the contrary, almost seemed to regret that it was just short of impossible. Resting on one hip and one elbow, his head cupped in his hand, he frowned at the emotions that must have been speeding across her face like clouds in a high wind. "What's going on in there?" he asked, thumping lightly at her forehead with the tip of his index finger. "I was just thinking, well, how different you are from most of the men I know." He waggled his eyebrows, grinned rakishly. "You know a lot of men?" he countered. Jocelyn blushed, then narrowed her eyes. "No," she said, "I don't. Not in the biblical sense, anyway." Slade threw back his head and gave a guffaw at that. His eyes, the color of cornflowers in the dim light of that small, shade-sequestered bedroom, danced with mischief. "Biblical?" he echoed. "You're like the third man I've ever slept with in my whole life," Jocelyn said, mortified. A pitiful count for a woman her age. There was no getting around it. She was a sexual underachiever. He traced the outline of her mouth with the tip of the same index finger he'd used to tap at her forehead. "Do you keep a chart or something?" he joked. She wanted to be angry, but she couldn't help laughing. "How many women have you been with?" "More than 3, Slade replied, after a moment of comic concentration. She laughed again. It amazed her that she could be this happy, when she'd just put herself into an entirely new kind of emotional jeopardy by giving in to her desire to make love with this man. To her, this was a momentous occasion. To Slade, it was probably just summer afternoon sex. Laugh today, she thought. Cry tomorrow. That was when he kissed her. And the whole feverishly graceful routine started all over again. Slade fairly crushed his hat onto his head as he strode toward his truck. He was late picking Shay up at the Curly-Burly, and she and Callie would probably both guess why he hadn't answered his cell phone all afternoon. He'd left it in the rig, that was why, and he was furious with himself. He was the sheriff, for God's sake. What if there had been some kind of emergency and nobody could find him? His bones felt as pliable as warm wax as he opened the door of his truck, where he'd left it in Kendra's driveway. And given the choice, he'd have spent the whole night in Jocelyn's bed. But he had responsibilities, even if he hadn't remembered them any too soon. He reached for the phone as soon as he'd started up the engine, thumbed in the numbers that would bring up his voicemail. 3 messages. Maggie Landers wanted him and Hutch to come in for another meeting concerning the further disbursement of John Carmody's estate. Further disbursement? The man had left him over $5 million and half of the family ranch. What else was there to disperse? The second call was from some stranger who wanted to discuss exciting investment opportunities. He deleted that one and moved on to the third message. It was from Shay, and there was a touch of little girl panic in her voice. "Dad, are you okay? You were supposed to pick me up an hour ago. Why aren't you answering your phone?" He called her back instantly. "Shay?" "Hold on a sec, Dad," Shay replied breezily. "Tiffany's on the other line, and I gotta tell her bye." Slade grinned as he steered the truck around in a wide turn and headed down the driveway. She didn't sound all that traumatized after all. She clicked off, and he sat at the end of the drive, waiting for her to come back on. When she did, she was in a state. "I thought you were dead or something, Dad," she ranted. "You're never late." "I'm sorry you were worried," Slade said reasonably. "I'll be there in a couple of minutes, and we'll go home and see what Opal left us for supper." "Grands had to buy kibble over at Mulligan's so Jasper wouldn't starve," Shay continued. He swallowed a chuckle. "Come on, Shay. Aren't you overreacting just a little here? It takes more than one missed meal to starve a dog. Besides, I'm the sheriff, remember? For all you know, I've been out risking my neck, making the county safe for truth, justice, and the American way." Shay subsided a little. "Whatever that means." She drew in a breath. "Were you? Working, I mean?" He couldn't lie. But on the other hand, he wasn't about to tell his 16-year-old stepdaughter, or anybody else, that he'd been in bed with Jocelyn ever since they got back to her place after the auction. So he left the question hanging. "I'll be there in a few minutes," he repeated. They said prickly goodbyes, and Slade shut his phone. By the time he pulled in at the Curly-Burly, it was nearly dark out, and Shay and Jasper were waiting in the shop's empty parking lot. Slade frowned as he rolled down his truck window. "What are you doing out here?" he asked. He'd expected both the girl and the dog to wait inside with his mom, if only because that would have been the sensible thing to do. "Gran's invited us to stay to supper, but I said she needed a break from me and Jasper, and you were on your way, so we waited outside," Shay explained matter-of-factly, opening the rear door to hoist the dog into the truck. That done, she climbed into the passenger seat. "Did the two of you get into it about something?" Slade asked. "Maybe you hit Mom up for a day off and she didn't like it?" Shay gave him a look. "Gran's and I," she said pointedly, "get along just fine." He smiled. "But you're not so sure about you and me," he ventured. "The jury's still out on that one, Sheriff," she told him. This time he laughed. "You're off tomorrow, right?" he asked, setting out for home. The shop was always closed on Sundays because, despite her poker playing and her scandalous past, Callie Barlow was a church-going woman. "Right," Shay confirmed, leaving the statement open-ended so it sounded like a question. "Me too," he said. "Maybe we'll go out to Whisper Creek first thing in the morning, feed the new horses, and take them out on the range. See what they're made of." The freeze, such as it had been, was off. Slade was clearly forgiven for worrying the kid by being late. All it took was the mention of a horse.
"I can ride Chessie? For sure?"
"I want to try her out first," Slade clarified. "If she's used to the saddle, like the auction flyer says she is, you can take her for a spin."
"Except I don't own a saddle," Shay pointed out.
"We'll scrape something up," Slade promised. That was when she ambushed him. Came right out of left field with,
"You were with her, huh? With Jocelyn, I mean?"
"Suppose I said that was none of your business?" he asked, after a pause.
"I like her, you know," Shay persisted coyly. "Even if we did get into that little tiff after the auction."
"Good," Slade said. "I like her too."
"Grant's told me Jocelyn was involved in some kind of mess a long time ago," Shay fished.
"She was an innocent bystander," Slade told the girl. "And I'm surprised at your grandmother. She doesn't usually go in for gossip." The eye roll came then.
"Get a clue, Dad," Shay advised generously. "Grand's runs a beauty shop. The place is a regular clearinghouse for gossip."
The gate leading up to the ranch house was just ahead by then, and Slade signaled a turn out of pure habit, even though there were no other vehicles on the road. The porch light was lit thanks to Opal, and the kitchen windows glowed in homey welcome. As soon as Slade stopped the truck, Jasper started whining and scrabbling at the door with one paw, anxious to be released into all that inviting grass. Slade let him out on his side, and the dog immediately lifted a hind leg to the rear tire. Shay, meanwhile, sprinted toward the house. "What's the hurry?" Slade asked.
"Opal made peanut butter banana pie," Shay called back. "And besides, I need to charge my phone. The battery icon is flashing, and it's bright red."
"God forbid," Slade said, with a rueful grin. A person would have thought she was a lone astronaut, light years from home, and the cell was her last connection to Earth. Jasper, much relieved, trotted over to nuzzle Slade's pant leg with his nose. Slade bent to ruffle the dog's ears, looked up at the first stars of the night. And he thought about Jocelyn, the scent of her hair, the way she smiled, the sounds she made when he'd pleased her in bed. He shook his head, remembering the failed condom, and her quick assurance that there would be no baby. Strange as it seemed, he was old-fashioned enough to believe that people ought to be married to each other if they were going to have children together. The remark had left him with a hollow ache in the middle of his chest. The back door creaked open as he and Jasper approached the house.
"Dad," Shay called, "have you seen my phone charger?"
He chuckled. "No," he said, stepping inside the kitchen. The room, like the rest of the house, gleamed with cleanliness, and something smelled really, really good. A note from Opal waited in the center of the table. "A man called to ask if you were going to declare your candidacy for sheriff," she'd written. "I took down his name and number and left the paper by the phone. Chicken casserole in the oven. Marty will bring me home after bingo." She'd signed with a huge O with eyes in it and a smiling mouth. Slade ignored the phone message, got out some potholders, and removed the foil-covered dish from the oven. Shay was busy ransacking the place for her charger. "Can the search wait until after supper?" Slade asked mildly, setting the food in the center of the table, which had already been set for two.
"As if,"
Shay responded, starting toward the stairs.
"Tiffany thinks Justin is this close to asking her out, and Melanie is pretty sure Aiden is going to break up with her any minute now, and—" Her words died away as she pounded up to the second floor. Slade gave Jasper more kibble, just in case he was still hungry, washed his hands, and sat down to eat. Shay returned momentarily, in triumph, holding the charger like a trophy. "Opal must have put it on my dresser," she said. "I know I left it on the kitchen counter the last time I used it." "Shay," Slade said patiently, "sit down and eat, will you please?" Shay plugged in her phone, washed up at the sink, and joined him at the table. "I guess you probably don't want to discuss Jocelyn," she said, dishing up a generous helping of supper. "I guess you're probably right," Slade answered, speaking with exaggerated slowness. "You think I'm too young to know what's going on, don't you?" "I think you're too young for a lot of things," Slade said. "You bought Jocelyn a horse. Am I supposed to think you're not interested in her?" "You're supposed to think about your own concerns," Slade reasoned quietly, a little amused and trying to hide it, "and leave mine to me." She scanned Opal's note, still resting against the sugar bowl in the middle of the table. "Are you going to run for sheriff again?" she asked. "Good," Slade replied, a slightly less invasive question. "The answer is, I'm not sure yet." "What would you do for a job if you weren't sheriff?" He smiled. Opal made one mean casserole, and he was nearly ready for a second helping by then. "I'd find a way to get by," he said. Shay gave a long-suffering sigh, her fork poised above a chunk of chicken on her plate. "Were you this secretive with Mom? Because if you were, it's no wonder you two got divorced." Slade chuckled again. "I'm not being secretive," he said. "I haven't decided, that's all. About running for sheriff again, I mean." "You don't like the job?" "I don't hate it," he said carefully. "Wow," Shay replied. "That's a ringing endorsement." "Okay. The truth is, I'd rather be a rancher." "Then do that," Shay reasoned, with a little shrug. "It isn't that simple." "Sure it is," Shay said, "provided you can make a living ranching anyway." For the first time in his life, he didn't need to make a living. It was a startling concept for a man who'd worked since he was old enough to mow lawns and deliver newspapers. On what John Carmody had left him, he could live well himself, provide for his mom, contribute to causes he believed in, and never so much as put a nick in the principal. "I'll get by all right," he said, enjoying the magnitude of that understatement. He thought about the big horse race. He had until Labor Day weekend to get himself and the gelding ready, and even though it was only June, he knew the time would pass quickly. "I need a name for the gelding," he threw out. Shay laid down her fork and looked over at him, her eyes bright. "How about Highlander?" she suggested. Slade would have gone with something less flashy, but Shay seemed so pleased that he couldn't shoot down her idea. "Okay," he said. "Try to curb your enthusiasm, Dad," Shay responded, but she was still twinkling. "Highlander is a great name. So is Chessie. Jocelyn's mare is—" "Sundance," Slade answered. "That's good," Shay declared. "Does she even know how to ride? Jocelyn, I mean?" "Do you?" Slade countered, finding himself back on the subject he'd been hoping to avoid. Not that Jocelyn had been out of his mind since he'd left her, even once. "I rode with you when I was little, remember?" Slade grinned. He'd never seen a happier kid than Shay had been, perched behind him on a horse. "I remember," he said.
Before she could turn the topic back to Jocelyn, obviously there was a lot Shay wanted to know about her. They heard a car coming up the driveway, saw headlights flash across the kitchen wall. Cheerful goodbyes rang out like faraway bells, and soon the back door opened, and Opal came inside. Jasper rushed to greet her, and she laughed and patted his head as she took in Slade and Shay there at the table. Remembering his manners, Slade pushed back his chair and stood. "Oh, sit down," Opal ordered, with a smile and a wave of one hand. "If we stand on ceremony around here, well, it'll just be too complicated." Slade grinned and lowered himself back into his chair. "How is bingo?" Shay asked eagerly, as Opal set aside her big purse and hung up her cardigan sweater. "Did you win?" Opal laughed, went to the sink, and washed her hands. Then she fetched the apron she'd brought along from Kendra's and tied it around her waist. "No," she said, "but I had a fine time, seeing all my old friends again." "Opal," Slade said, as the woman began running hot water into the sink, "sit down and have a piece of pie with us." "Just let me get these dishes started," she answered, approaching the table to collect their now empty plates and utensils. "Anyways, I've got no room left for pie. Marty and I had a big supper over at the Butter Biscuit before bingo." "Your workday is over," Slade said, gently but firmly. "Leave those dishes to me." "Or me," Shay added. Pleased and reluctant, and shaking her head at all the fuss, Opal sat down at the table. "I'm not sure I have room for pie myself," Slade admitted. "That was one fine casserole, Opal." She beamed at the compliment. Shay got up, cleared the table, and brewed a cup of herbal tea for Opal. "Why, thank you, child," Opal said, with a gratified sigh. "Now, tell me all about that livestock auction you went to. Did you buy yourself some horses?" "3 of them," Shay said, bustling back to the sink and plunging both hands into the sudsy water. "Dad got a gelding, Highlander. I got a chestnut mare, Chessie. And even Jocelyn got one, a pretty palomino she calls Sundance." Slade saw Opal's eyes widen slightly as she took in the implications of that 3rd horse. "Well, I'll be—" she marveled with a twinkle, and commenced to sipping her tea. Chapter 18. Jocelyn sat up in bed, blinking away the last vestiges of a sound sleep, and reached for her jangling cell phone on the nightstand. The sun was barely peeking through the slats in the blinds, she noted, as Lucy Maud, draped luxuriously across her ankles, displeased by the disturbance, bestirred herself with a petulant little meow. Jocelyn, meanwhile, struggled to pull herself together. Making love with Slade the day before, for all its glorious and fevered frenzy, had left her loose-jointed with satisfaction, and made her feel more like a small, expanding universe than a substantial person bordered in skin. Rummy languor was quickly replaced by concern, though, as full consciousness dawned. Of course, the caller was Kendra. Who else could it be at this hour? On Kendra's end, it must have been late afternoon by then, if not early evening. Still, her friend usually took the time difference into consideration. Had the end finally come? Had Jeffrey died? Or had he revealed his big secret, the reason for her trip to England, whatever it was? Jocelyn's heart shinnied into her throat as she croaked out, "Hello?" But the rueful chuckle on the other end of the line belonged to a man, not to Kendra. In fact, it was Slade's alone, as surely as if it had been trademarked to him. "Morning," he said, and there was something intimate in the sound, as though they'd woken up in the same bed together, instead of several miles apart. Sorry to call so early, but Shay and I are about to head out to Whisper Creek to feed the horses, and we wondered if you might want to go along. Because of Sundance, I mean. Relief swept through Jocelyn, swiftly followed by the embarrassingly graphic recollection of how she'd responded to this man's love-making the day before, in the guest-house shower and then the bed. Jocelyn hadn't had time to process everything yet, mentally, emotionally, or physically, and she'd hoped for some kind of grace period before the next encounter with Slade. She was also, conversely, eager to see him again. "Jocelyn?" Slade prompted, when she didn't speak right away. His voice was throaty, and there was a smile hidden away in it, a private one meant for her alone. "Are you still there?" She gulped and swung her legs over the side of the bed in the staff apartment. Lucy Maud, prowling the dresser top in lockstep with her own reflection in the mirror, issued a low, soft complaint. As short as their acquaintance had been, Jocelyn knew what that sound meant. The cat wanted breakfast. Immediately, if not sooner. Yes," Jocelyn stammered, pushing her hair back from her face with one hand. The thought of seeing Slade again so soon was daunting, but spending time with Sundance was another matter. "I'm here." She couldn't stifle a yawn. "Sorry, I was just—" "Asleep," Slade supplied, with hoarse good humor that, for some incomprehensible reason, made her think of the long, hard lines of his body. He had a small tattoo on his right shoulder, she recalled dizzily. An eagle just spreading its wings to take flight. "I shouldn't have called. You go ahead and dive back under the covers. Shay and I will take care of Sundance, of course, right along with the others." "No," Jocelyn blurted, and then blushed because she knew she'd sounded so eager. "I mean, I'd like to help. With the horses, I mean. Shall I meet you and Shay at Whisper Creek?" "We'll pick you up at your place," Slade offered. His tone affected her like a slow caress. He hadn't said a single word about what had happened between them, and yet the conversation was starting to feel a lot like phone sex. Jocelyn sprang up off the edge of the mattress, only too aware that she had bedhead, sleep-puffed eyes, and probably a crease in her cheek from the pillowcase. "How long do I have?" she asked, trying hard to sound nonchalant. Fat chance. She was totally chalant, if there was such a thing. Slade chuckled as if she'd spoken that ridiculous thought right out loud, and she blushed again. "Take as long as you need," he drawled. "But we're only going to a barn, Jocelyn, not a Saturday night dance." A pause. "Will 20 minutes be time enough for you?" 20 minutes? For a complete overhaul? Just like a man to think such a feat was even possible. "Sure," Jocelyn was quick to say. She sounded perky in her own ears, which made her a little annoyed with herself. She was behaving like a teenager with a bad crush, not a grown woman living her own life. Such as that life was. Another chuckle, inciting another ripple of fire between her pelvic bones. "See you soon," Slade said. After brief goodbyes, Jocelyn fed the cat, grabbed up clean clothes and underwear, darted into the overwhelmingly pink bathroom, pulled the shower curtain along the bar above the tub with a brisk rattle, and turned on the water. She stripped, showered in record time, wrapped herself in a towel, and gave her hair a quick blow-dry. It came out frizzy. She brushed her teeth, pulled on the jeans and long-sleeve T-shirt she'd gathered earlier, and semi-tamed her wild hair by putting it into another ponytail. By the time Slade and Shay arrived, with Jasper along for the ride, Jocelyn felt as breathless as if she'd just run a foot race. Dressed for wrangling in old jeans, worn boots, and a blue chambray shirt, open just far enough at the throat, Slade crossed the sun porch and rapped lightly at the kitchen door. His easy grin slanted as he looked Jocelyn over. And for a moment she felt as though she was bared to him again, to his eyes and his hands and his mouth. "Don't," she told herself sternly, silently. "Don't think about how good it was." Again, fat chance. Just being in the same general area as this man made her nerves pulse and then throb in rhythm to some silent song the cosmos was singing. When they reached the truck, and Slade opened the passenger side door for her, Shay greeted her from the back seat with a smile and, "Don't worry, I'm not going to ask any more personal questions. Dad said he'd ground me if I did. And that would mean I couldn't ride Chessie, go online, or use my cell phone." Jocelyn grinned as she settled in and fastened her seatbelt. "Sounds pretty drastic," she said. Shay put on an expression of dramatic melancholy, but she couldn't sustain it, so it was gone in a flicker. "Dad takes this whole parenting thing way seriously," she confided. "It would seem so," Jocelyn agreed, still grinning. Slade climbed behind the wheel, and moments later they were off, headed for Whisper Creek Ranch. It seemed so blissfully ordinary to Jocelyn, riding in the truck with Slade and Shay and Jasper, as if this was something she did all the time. They drove through town without saying much. It was early, after all, and Jocelyn suspected she wasn't the only one who was still in the process of waking up. Oh, for a cup of hot, strong coffee. "What do you hear from Kendra?" Slade asked, when they left Parable behind for the open countryside. "Is she doing all right?" Jocelyn turned to look at him, and for a moment their gazes locked, and everything that had gone on the day before in the cool sanctuary of Kendra's guest cottage was silently acknowledged. But then he watched the road again. "She calls in to check in every other day or so," Jocelyn replied quietly. "We talk about what's going on at the office for a minute or two. But when I ask her how she is, she sort of pulls back inside herself." In the back, Shay was laughing, oblivious to the conversation between Jocelyn and Slade. She'd just discovered some cell phone app that barked, making a goofy, cartoonish racket, and that in turn made Jasper tune up, howling for good measure. "This has to be tough for her," Slade said over the din. Jocelyn didn't remember how much she'd told him about Kendra's reason for visiting England, and didn't want to say more than she should, and further betray her friend's trust. In the end, though, she decided to answer, because she knew Slade's concern for Kendra was genuine, but she'd stick to the bare facts. So she told Slade that Kendra's ex-husband, Jeffrey, was almost certainly dying, and he'd summoned Kendra to his deathbed, having sent word by way of his mother that he had something important to say, something that could only be addressed in person. No one except Jeffrey himself seemed to know precisely what that something was, though, and he'd been too ill to talk ever since Kendra's arrival in London. "It surprised me when Kendra married that guy," Slade said. "Surprised a lot of people around here." Jocelyn nodded. "I expected her to wind up with Hutch Carmody," she told him. "Bare facts be damned." "That's funny," Slade answered, "because I thought you would. You and Hutch were pretty tight in high school." "That was high school," she reminded him, perhaps a bit tersely. Did he think she had a thing for his half-brother? That she was the sort to be sexually involved with more than one man at a time? Had he been paying any attention at all yesterday, when she'd come undone in his arms again and again? Slade glanced her way, then shifted his attention right back to the road. Always so sure of himself, he seemed a touch bewildered all of a sudden, and stuck for an answer, too. In the back seat, Shay's cell phone continued to emit sharp barks, and Jasper, purely delighted, yowled loudly in response. Everybody laughed, and Slade said that would be enough of the noise, thanks, and one more difficult moment was behind them, for the time being at least. When they arrived at Whisper Creek, the pinkish gold light of the new day was spilling over the rims of the mountains to the east, pouring itself like shimmering liquid into the sprawling green valley below, most of which was part of the Carmody Ranch. Hutch was just coming out of the barn. He hadn't shaved, and his shirt was misbuttoned, Jocelyn immediately noticed. But when he saw her getting out of Slade's truck, along with Jasper and Shay, he grinned a friendly welcome. When his gaze moved on to Slade, though, Hutch looked a shade less hospitable. She could almost see him dig his heels into the hard ground. Shay, who must have met Hutch at some point when she was younger, nodded to him and headed straight for the barn. She was interested in Chessie and not much else. Jasper, usually her shadow, wandered around the yard instead of following her, catching familiar scents, perhaps trying to track down his former master. The thought, unlikely as it was, pinched at Jocelyn's heart. Jasper was adapting well to life with Slade and Shay, but he surely remembered John Carmody and wondered where he'd gone. "There's coffee," Hutch said, his voice quiet. He rubbed the golden stubble on his chin with one hand, then gestured toward the house. "Help yourselves." It was an offer Jocelyn wasn't about to refuse. She looked forward to that first cup of coffee every morning, and there hadn't been time to have any since Slade had rousted her out of bed with his phone call, and she'd had to rush just to make herself presentable, forget attractive. Furthermore, she hadn't been about to ask him to stop for some along the way. He was a man on a mission, tending horses. "Thanks," she said, taking a step in the direction of the house. "Slade?" "I'll be fine without," he replied without looking at her. He was still watching Hutch. "Thanks just the same, though." The brothers stood a few feet apart, facing each other. Horses nickered and whinnied. Birds chirped in the tree branches. Ranch hands went about doing morning chores. Everything seemed normal, but a strained and very private silence stretched between Slade and Hutch. Jocelyn reminded herself that they were grown men, and she was neither their keeper nor a freelance referee, and hurried into the house for coffee. Hutch's kitchen was old-fashioned in style, with dark cupboards and floors, though the appliances, faced with shining steel, were probably custom order. There was a big fireplace on one wall, a nice touch on the wicked cold Montana winter morning especially, Jocelyn thought. But the place felt oddly unoccupied, like the ranch house version of a model home in some anonymous development, well kept and finely furnished, but not actually lived in. "You really need that coffee," Jocelyn thought, shaking off the lonely sensation that had arisen inside her as soon as she stepped into Hutch Carmody's kitchen. She spotted the coffee maker right away, scouted out a plastic mug, wanting something unbreakable, and poured herself a dose of caffeine. There wasn't any artificial sweetener, at least not in plain view, so she indulged in a single teaspoon of regular sugar from the bowl on the counter, stirred briefly, and headed back outside,
sipping as she went. Slade must have gone inside the barn, for there was no sign of him. But Hutch was still standing in approximately the same place as before, talking quietly to one of the ranch hands. By the time Jocelyn reached them, the ranch hand was walking away, climbing into one of several work trucks. Hutch grinned at her and rested his hands on his hips. Like Slade, he was leanly built, but powerfully too, especially through the shoulders. And much to Jocelyn's relief, he seemed at ease in his skin again. This was the Hutch she knew. She nodded to him and started for the barn, which was a fair distance from the house, and he fell into step beside her. "That Palomino," he said, "is one good-looking horse." "Yes," Jocelyn said, pausing as she stepped into the barn to let her eyes adjust to the dimmer light. "She is." "And, as I understand it, she belongs to you?" What was he getting at? Jocelyn turned her head to look up at him. "Not really," she said. "I told you yesterday, Hutch. Slade bought Sundance. I'm just sort of borrowing her." As she spoke, she was aware of Slade and Shay, saddling Chessie in the breezeway. Another of Hutch's ranch hands stood nearby. He must have fetched the tack. "She's my horse," Shay was insisting anxiously. "I want to ride her, Dad." Slade's expression was implacable, his jawline like granite. "Sorry," he said, clipping off the word. "Not gonna happen." Hutch and Jocelyn parted just inside the entrance, so he could lead the mare between them out into the sunshine and the sweet, soft breeze. "Dad," Shay protested, double-stepping to keep up. "Chessie is my horse." "Your dad's right," Hutch interjected, surprising everybody a little. "There's no telling how green that mare might be. You wouldn't want to get hurt, would you?" Shay sighed, shook her head. Slade's expression was storm-cloud dark, as he gave an abrupt nod of agreement. It seemed to pain him to give Hutch even that much. Outside, Slade stood beside the mare for a few moments, stroking her neck, talking to the animal in low words Jocelyn couldn't make out, though his tone was reassuring. The reins gathered loosely in one hand. Slade put a foot into the stirrup and swung easily up onto Chessie's back. She snorted, and muscles quivered along the mare's gleaming barrel, as though she might be bunching her haunches to buck. But in the next moment, she settled down. Watching Slade ride, Jocelyn felt a whole new emotion, something akin to admiration, and yet unique in and of itself. Together, the man and horse were like one glorious being, literally poetry in motion. Even Shay, who had been peevish before, looked on with her eyes rounded and her mouth slightly open. "It's in the blood," Hutch commented beside Jocelyn again, and there was a rueful note in his voice as he, too, watched his father's illegitimate son manage that mare with a light-handed grace that was beautiful to see. "Having second thoughts about that ridiculous horse race the two of you are planning?" Jocelyn asked. Now she was the one who sounded peevish instead of Shay. Hutch chuckled, a raspy, humorless sound, shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Slade and the chestnut mare. "Nope," he replied, "but it might be a whole lot more interesting than I expected." Jocelyn folded her arms, barely moved her mouth as she replied, "It's a stupid idea, Hutch, and it's dangerous." "Maybe so," Hutch conceded, "but I can tell you right now that the sheriff won't back down from it. And neither will I."
After that first morning, things fell into a pattern. Jocelyn, nervous at first, began to look forward to these early outings, spent feeding and grooming Sundance, and especially to riding along the grassy banks of the Big Sky River, which bordered the Carmody property on one side like a great curved arm, and fed the creek that gave the ranch its name. Slade taught both Shay and Jocelyn to saddle their own horses, and though he still checked to make sure Chessie's and Sundance cinches were pulled tight before they mounted up, he said they were a pair of natural-born riders, and gave them the room they needed to learn. Because Slade Barlow never said anything he didn't mean, Shay and Jocelyn knew it must be true, and rode with confidence. Thinking back on the brief and long-ago days of her reign as queen of the Parable County Rodeo, Jocelyn often wished she could go back and relive them, honestly this time. Back then she'd been a spoiled, empty-headed child, more than passably pretty, but with all the personal authenticity of a spray-on suntan. Now, riding the Whisper Creek Range every morning with Slade and Shay, she felt like a new person, capable of conquering new worlds. Her love life being the one glaring exception. Since that fierce and blissful interlude in the guest house, she and Slade hadn't really been alone together, much less made love again. An awkward politeness had developed between them, strictly platonic, like her friendship with Hutch. That troubled Jocelyn, and not just because she missed the sex, though she did, and sorely, but because she missed something harder to define. The closeness of it, maybe, the way she and Slade had connected, not just on the physical level, but somewhere deeper, somewhere sacred and eternal, where the body and the soul met. The sensible thing to do, of course, would have been to talk openly with Slade, but on the rare occasions that the opportunity arose, Jocelyn couldn't find the courage. She was afraid of upsetting the balance. If it ain't broke, the saying went, don't fix it. So June unfurled into July, and July rolled on into August, and nothing much changed, at least between Jocelyn and Slade. She and Slade and Shay went to Whisper Creek every morning, and every morning they tended their horses and rode and talked about nothing in particular, and finally went their separate ways. Jocelyn to Kendra's real estate office, Slade to fill his role as sheriff, and Shay to the curly-burly hair salon, where she seemed to thrive. When she wasn't there, she was with her flock of new friends, over at the community swimming pool. For all the time Jocelyn spent in Slade's company, though, she wouldn't have known about anything that was going on in his life or Shay's if it hadn't been for Opal's regular reports. He didn't want to run for re-election, for instance, and he was trying to persuade Boone Taylor, his favorite deputy, to throw his hat in the ring. Practically every night, when he wasn't on duty, Slade went back out to Whisper Creek alone, saddled the big bay gelding, and rode for hours by himself, getting ready for the race, most likely. Lastly, he seemed okay with the fact that Lane and her new love were definitely making marriage plans. Partly, Opal allowed. And she adored the girl. "That Shay," Opal would say, with a fond chuckle and a shake of her head. "She keeps life interesting, that's for sure." For her part, Jocelyn wondered, worried, and crammed for her real estate license exam, which was coming up at the end of the month. If she passed, and she intended to, with the proverbial flying colors, she could list and show properties, instead of just fielding phone calls and emails and making excuses for Kendra's continued absence. and she was running out of superficial explanations. The business had practically ground to a halt without Kendra there. But her friend didn't seem to register the implications of that. Her calls were frequent, but invariably brief. Jeffrey was hanging on, she'd say, though he still hadn't spoken. She'd moved from her hotel to his flat in Knightsbridge to save on expenses. And except for a visit to Charing Cross Road now and then, to buy books to read while she kept her vigil at the hospital, she didn't go out much. The whole situation sounded, well, bleak to Jocelyn. And on top of that, it was vaguely mysterious. There was more going on here than Kendra was willing to admit. And even when Jocelyn went ahead and confided that she'd not only gone to bed with Slade Barlow, but enjoyed every minute of it, a fact she'd shared with no one else on the planet, Kendra still didn't open up. If she'd found out why Jeffrey and his family had asked her to come to England on such short notice, leaving her own life and business in suspended animation, she wasn't saying. It wasn't until a few days before that blasted horse race, scheduled for the Saturday before Labor Day. Slade and Hutch had charted out the course together, apparently, and were in grim agreement that it would span a mile-long straight stretch on one of the ranch's back roads, that Jocelyn found a chink in her friend's armor. All she had to do to get a rise out of Kendra, she discovered, quite by accident, was casually mention that if Slade and Hutch didn't break one or both their necks settling this crazy bet they had by racing each other on horseback over what amounted to a rutted cattle trail, she, Jocelyn, might break them herself. Kendra's indrawn breath traveled the thousands of miles between them. "What bet?" she demanded. "What horse race?" Jocelyn explained what she knew about the agreement between John Carmody's pig-headed sons, which was little enough as it happened, because even Opal hadn't been able to pry more than a few grudging details out of Slade. "Oh, my God," Kendra gasped. "Are they crazy?" "I think that much is obvious," Jocelyn said mildly, though the pit of her stomach ached with dread, and she had an idea it was the same for Kendra. "They can't have forgotten," Kendra ranted in a breathless whisper. "Not Hutch, anyway." "Forgotten what?" Jocelyn asked, growing steadily more unnerved. By then, she was wishing she hadn't mentioned the horse race at all, even if it had gotten a bit of a rise out of the other woman, because Kendra clearly had enough on her mind without worrying about this, too. "Two of Hutch's uncles got into a race just like this one to settle a score," Kendra said. "His father's brothers. It was years ago, but you must have heard the story growing up in Parable. There was a terrible accident, and both of them were killed, Jocelyn. Some people even said there was a curse on the Carmodys." "A curse?" Jocelyn echoed, though she still felt as though she'd been punched in the stomach. "Surely you don't actually believe—" "No," Kendra said on a sigh. "Of course I don't believe in curses. But something bad is going to happen if Hutch and Slade go through with this. I can feel it." A shiver trickled down Jocelyn's spine. She'd never known her down-to-earth, superstition-free friend to make a statement like that. She swallowed hard. "Kendra." But Kendra's tone was brisk, matter-of-fact, decisive. If it hadn't been for the circumstances, Jocelyn would have been heartened by the change in her friend. "When is this race supposed to take place again?" "Next Saturday," Jocelyn said. Practically everybody in town planned to attend, she knew, and there were bets being placed at all the local taverns. "I'm coming home," Kendra announced. Jocelyn blinked, both delighted and confused. "That's great, but
What about Jeffrey? She thought. The question hung between them, unfinished. "I'll be there as soon as I can," Kendra said, sounding more and more like her old self. "In the meantime, Jocelyn, you need to do everything you can to talk some sense into Slade Barlow's hard head." "He won't listen," Jocelyn said sadly. "He's made up his mind, Kendra." "God help us," Kendra said, "when John Carmody's sons make up their minds." "Amen," Jocelyn replied, her throat thick. She certainly hadn't liked the idea of the horse race herself, but Kendra's reaction heightened the urgency to a new pitch. "Try talking to Callie, then," Kendra persisted. "Maybe she can get through to him." "Maybe," Jocelyn almost whispered. But Slade's mother must have already known about the race. And if she'd tried to reason with her son, she couldn't have succeeded, because the thing was still going to happen. Jocelyn seriously doubted that Callie or anyone else could stop it. Still, if only for Shay's sake, she had to make some kind of attempt. The call ended with Kendra's assurance that she'd be back in Parable before Saturday, no matter what she had to do to make that happen. Her car was parked at the airport, so she wouldn't need Jocelyn to pick her up. It was mid-afternoon by then, and Jocelyn closed the office early, locking up and shutting down her computer. She gave Lucy Maud an early supper, ratcheted up her courage a notch or two, and rounded up her car keys to drive to the Curly-Burly. She felt like a meddlesome fool. Going to bed with Slade Barlow didn't give her the right to interfere this way. And besides, she was still convinced that stopping the race was a lost cause. Reaching the parking lot at Callie's place, Jocelyn sat behind the wheel, trying to figure out what to say to the woman. Before she'd come up with anything that really made sense, Callie appeared in the doorway to the salon, smiling and beckoning to Jocelyn to come inside. "Here goes nothing," Jocelyn murmured, getting out of her car, smiling hard. Minutes later, after spilling her petition over a friendly cup of coffee at Callie's kitchen table, her expectations were confirmed. Nobody short of God himself can talk Slade out of that horse race, Slade's mother said grimly. It's something he's got to do. Chapter 19. The Saturday of the race, the sky was ominously overcast, and both Boone and Shay were all over Slade as he led his gelding Highlander down the ramp from the Whisper Creek trailer. Hutch was already there, in that strangely desolate landscape, far from the big house and the sturdy barn, with his tall paint, Remington, and a small crowd of spectators was beginning to gather in the leaning grass, the women hugging themselves and whispering to each other, the men somber as Judgment Day. From the looks of the sky, Slade thought to himself, they might be right. "Dad," Shay pleaded, clutching at Slade's arm and looking pale in the early morning light. The rising wind blew her hair around her face. "Don't do this. Let Hutch have this stupid ranch. You don't really want it anyway." He'd long since explained the terms of his wager with Hutch to her. But his reasons for not letting this go, for not backing down, were harder to put into words. Besides, he was in an obstinate mood, having already had his ears pinned back twice that morning. Once in his kitchen by Opal, and once via the cell phone by his mother. "This isn't about the ranch, Shay," was all he could think of to say. He knew the statement was inadequate, but there it was.
About that time, Boone stepped up. He wasn't on duty, and he'd made it clear what he thought about the race. But as a friend to both Hutch and Slade, he must have felt he had to be there just the same. Dark-haired, with deep brown eyes, and the stubble of a beard on his square chin and jaws, Deputy Boone Taylor gave Slade a restrained punch in the shoulder. "Listen to the kid," he said. "She's making sense." Slade slipped into sheriff mode, though of course he wasn't in uniform either. Even when he was working, he seldom wore one, mainly because he felt it separated him from the very people he'd been elected to serve. "Get those folks to move back a ways," he said, inclining his head toward the small but growing audience. "I don't want anybody getting hurt." Boone gave a raspy hoot at that, his voice void of all humor. "Well now, Sheriff," he drawled, "that's certainly ironic." Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Slade spotted a little blue beamer bumping overland toward them. The top was down, and he could see 2 women inside. Kendra Shepherd was at the wheel, while Jocelyn rode with her, not even buckled in, but kneeling on the passenger seat, waving both arms and yelling something. Overhead, the sky roiled and thunder clapped, and Slade couldn't make out what she was saying, but he had a pretty good idea. Hutch, leaving the paint in the care of one of his many ranch hands, stepped up alongside Slade to watch as the women sped toward them. "That can't be good for the shocks," he said. A corner of Slade's mouth pulled upward. "Not to mention the seatbelt violation," he responded. "I could cite her for that." The beamer screeched to a halt in the grass, died with a gasp and a series of clicks, and disgorged Kendra on one side and Jocelyn on the other. Kendra marched straight up to Hutch, doubled up both fists, and pounded unceremoniously on his chest. He laughed and caught her by the wrists. She struggled, but not, as far as Slade could see, with any real conviction. "Hutch Carmody," Kendra sputtered, "you are a stupid, proud, bull-headed—" He kissed her then. The crowd cheered. Jocelyn stepped up alongside Slade and poked him hard in the ribs. "And you're just as bad," she said. "Don't you dare kiss me either." He did, though. Hard and deep and with tongue. There was more whooping and hollering from the onlookers. Shay, by that time, had retreated to stand with Opal and Callie at the edge of the group. Jasper, usually his daughter's faithful sidekick, had been left at home. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, and she was still pale, but she held her chin high and her shoulders were back. "I love you," Slade told Jocelyn. She blinked up at him, and her mouth dropped open. Her hair was windblown from the drive out from town, and her eyes flashed with temper, with surprise, with the passion her body had already betrayed, however much she might deny it after the fact. "What did you say?" she gasped, pushing her hair back from her face with one hand. The wind was picking up, and a few drops of rain spattered the hard dirt of the road that ran alongside the river. "You heard me," Slade said quietly. "I love you, Jocelyn Kirk." A confused smile broke across her face, busting right through the frustration and the fury and the fine layer of dirt from the off-road approach in Kendra's car. "Oh," she said. Her eyes shone, but then, like the sky, they clouded over. "I love you too," she whispered, almost angrily. which is why I'm asking you to forget this race and settle things with Hutch in a sensible, adult way."
"Sorry, but that isn't going to happen," he told her, with a wry glance at Hutch and Kendra, who were standing a few yards away, arguing nose to nose with their fists clenched. He noticed with further amusement that Boone had eased closer to them, in case there was a need for riot control, evidently. Hutch looked over at him. Like Slade, he wasn't wearing a hat. When their gazes collided, there was another roar of thunder, as though they'd generated the uneasy weather themselves. "Let's get this done," Hutch said. Slade nodded in agreement. Jocelyn stepped back, shaking her head as though in disbelief. Was she crying, or were those raindrops sparkling on her face? Hutch pulled away from Kendra, who might have tackled him and gone right on hammering him with her fists, if Boone hadn't taken hold of her shoulders from behind. And John Carmody's two sons led their horses to stand side by side. "To the bend and back," Hutch reminded Slade, when they were both in their racing saddles, bought specially for the occasion. Slade nodded again, and as if by reflex rather than intention, they shook hands. A neighbor drew what passed for a starting line across the dirt road with a long stick. Another raised a pistol, pointed skyward, and waited. The rain came down harder, splotching the ground, raising the pungent scent of wet dust. Slade and Hutch bent low over their horses' necks, waiting for the signal. The pistol went off, and both Remington and Highlander bolted off the line, first at a trot, then a gallop, then a run. The two geldings were side by side, as though they might be pacing each other. But neither Slade nor Hutch slapped down the reins or nudged their mount with the heel of a boot to speed them up. There was time. The course was simple, if rough. 1/2 mile to the bend, 1/2 mile back. Slade felt pure joy surge up inside him, loving the ride for its own sake, loving the angry sky and the intermittent rolls of thunder and the green Montana range grass bent under the wind, loving the memory of Jocelyn's testy declaration back by the starting line. "I love you too," she'd said, looking as if she'd wanted to slap him stupid in one and the same moment. He laughed, remembering that, and the horses hit their stride, running full out now, streaks of sheer elemental power, tearing along that rain-dappled road. Beside him, Hutch gave a wild shout. Celebrating the race, both of them had on some level been anticipating all their lives. It was true, what he'd said to Shay, that this wasn't about the ranch. It wasn't about winning or losing either, he realized. It was about being brothers, him and Hutch, whether they liked it or not, and acknowledging that fact through action, rather than just words. It was about being young, too, in their prime, and it was definitely about being male. They reached the bend, neither horse tiring yet, crisscrossed in a big loop of space, and started back. By then, both men were soaked with rainwater and laughing like a pair of fools. And the horses, instead of slowing down, ran even harder. Hutch and Slade let the animals have their heads at the same moment, it seemed. The race was between Remington and Highlander now, and both geldings were in deadly earnest. Both of them wanted to win. Hutch gave another exuberant whoop and bent low again over Remington's long, lathered neck. Slade did the same on Highlander, without the yell. He could hardly see now for the rain in his face. The gelding shot across the line. Highlander barely ahead in front of Remington, but it was enough. Both men reined in carefully, giving the horses time to slow and then stop when they were ready. Women and ranch hands and various members of the crowd rushed toward them. "You win, Slade," Hutch said, so quietly that he was barely audible over the storm and the shouts of the approaching throng. Then, incredibly, he laughed, a raucous sound, with something broken in it. "But not by very damn much." Slade's horse pranced and turned in circles as it cooled down, and he allowed that, easy in the saddle. "We're done with this?" he asked his half-brother. "We're done," Hutch told him, somewhat wearily. "Good," Slade answered, just as Shay and Jocelyn pulled ahead of the oncoming wave of people headed their way. "Then I accept your latest offer to buy me out. Whisper Creek is all yours." Hutch's face changed, and his mouth fell open. "What?" "Maggie Landers will handle the deal," Slade finished. Swinging one leg over Highlander's neck, he jumped to the wet ground. His hair and clothes were plastered to his skin by then, and Jocelyn splashed through a puddle just before she leaped off the ground and flung herself into his arms, sobbing that he was a fool. He laughed and held her, kissed her temple, and winked at Shay, who was standing nearby, looking up at him with a mixture of relief, admiration, and indignation. She smiled, though, his daughter, oblivious to the pouring rain, and then turned to walk away. Slade kissed Jocelyn soundly, and she kissed him right back with spirit. And when their mouths parted, she clung to his shirt front with both hands and cried even harder, the sound strangely punctuated by gulping giggles. "You're all right," she said, choking out the words. "You're safe." "I'm better than all right," he told her. If he could have had his way, he'd have taken her straight to the nearest bedroom, peeled off those sodden clothes of hers, along with his own, and made love to her for hours. But that would have to wait. He had to get Highlander back to the barn at Hutch's place, rub the animal down, feed and water him, along with Chessie and Sundance. "Did you mean it before?" Jocelyn asked. Hutch was swarmed by the spectators, though they seemed to be giving Slade and Jocelyn plenty of space. Slade touched the tip of Jocelyn's nose. Rain poured down in torrents, drenching them both. "You know the deal," he said. "I never say anything I don't mean. Especially not, 'I love you.'" "What happens now?" "I tend to my horse. Opal and Shay spend the rest of the day with Callie at the Curly-Burly, the three of them discussing my stupidity and stubbornness the whole while, no doubt. And you and I meet at my place. We get naked, take a hot shower, and do a whole lot of rolling around on my bed." She smiled, tried in vain to wipe her face on the sleeve of her wet shirt, and nodded. "See you there," she said, kissing him on the chin, and then turning to walk away. Kendra's car was stuck by then, and had to be pushed onto the road, muddy as it was, an exercise in cussing that involved half a dozen men. Someone had put the top up, fortunately, and when the vehicle was on solid ground again, both Kendra and Jocelyn got inside.
Slowly, the party dissolved. Hutch and Slade rode their tired horses back to the barn, so the animals could work the kinks out of their legs along the way, paying no heed at all to the steady rain. Conversation was virtually impossible by then, but it didn't matter. They might never be friends, he and Hutch, but they'd settled something that day, and it brought a new and fragile kind of peace. "You didn't throw that race, did you?" Slade asked, when they were both inside the Whisper Creek barn, unsaddling their horses. "Hell no," Hutch replied, leading Remington into a stall before he removed the bridle. "You won fair and square, but just barely." Slade chuckled, shook his head. "True enough," he said, as he preceded Highlander into the stall across from Remington's and reached for a grooming brush. "At the track, it would have been a photo finish." Hutch murmured a few soothing words to his horse and took up a brush of his own. "A deal's a deal," he reminded Slade from the other side of the breezeway. "We agreed that if you won, you could move into the main house and run the ranch as an equal partner." "I don't want half of Whisper Creek, Hutch," Slade replied forthrightly, still working with the horse, who was finally settling down, muscle by twitching muscle, munching hungrily at the fresh hay in his feeder. "I mean to buy the place I'm living on now, put up a barn and good fences, add on to the house." Hutch left off brushing Remington down and left the stall, carefully closing the door behind him, and then crossing to stand looking in at Slade and Highlander. "Is that what you were planning to do all along?" he asked, resting his forearms on the stall gate. Like Slade, he was soaked to the skin. Like Slade, he didn't seem to give a damn. Slade considered the question, sighed before he answered. "Probably." "Then why the race?" "Because you challenged me to it, I suppose," Slade said, with a grin. He'd finished with Highlander. It was time to let the gelding rest. God knew the critter had earned it. Hutch laughed, stepped back so Slade could leave the stall. "The way you laid that kiss on Jocelyn out there on the road, I'm thinking she's got a place in your plans." Slade quirked his mouth into another grin. "Might be," he allowed, moving on to Chessie's stall. He had plans for Jocelyn, all right, but they were nothing he meant to discuss with Hutch. "What about you and Kendra?" Hutch went into the next stall to feed Sundance. "She hates my guts," he replied cheerfully. "I think she would have spit on me if she didn't think it was a waste of saliva." Slade chuckled. "And I took you for the world's greatest expert on women," he said. "Guess I was wrong." Hutch's head appeared in the gap above the wall that separated Chessie from Sundance. "What the hell do you mean by that?" he asked, peevish. Slade shrugged one shoulder, patted Sundance's gleaming golden neck, tried hard not to grin. "I figured you'd recognize passion when you saw it," he said, "but apparently it went right over your head." "I kissed her," Hutch reminded him, almost defensively. "Yeah," Slade said, averting his face so his half-brother couldn't see his expression. "I noticed." "And you know how she responded?" Hutch challenged, stall to stall. "No," Slade replied, folding his arms. "I was a little busy at the time myself." "She kicked me, Slade, square in the shin." Slade grimaced. "Ow," he said. "It probably cost me the race, in fact." Hutch went on speculatively. "Dream on, cowboy.
Slade responded, stepping back out into the breezeway as Hutch did the same.
Your horse was fast. Mine was a shade faster, and your bruised shin had nothing to do with it.
Hutch planted his feet a little apart, folded his arms, and glowered. But for all that posturing, he didn't seem to have an answer or a plan, and that made Slade want to laugh.
We could always have another race, he offered.
Now what would be the damn point in doing that? Hutch flared.
Just trying to make you feel better, little brother.
For a moment Slade thought Hutch might lunge at him, and they'd cap off the festivities with a good old-fashioned fistfight, right there in the middle of the barn. But in the end, Hutch just laughed and said, "You want to have a beer sometime?"
"Sounds good," Slade said.
Were they bonding, him and Hutch? After all those years of enmity, would they wind up behaving like brothers? It was too soon to tell. Slade slapped Hutch's shoulder as he passed him. Then he went outside, into the rain, to get into his truck and go home. Peering past the windshield wipers, he drove away from Whisper Creek without so much as a backward glance. It was nothing more to him and nothing less than the place he'd never belonged. With his back to all of it, he felt as though a weight had fallen from his shoulders. Although he couldn't have said exactly what had changed, Slade knew he'd been set free in some fundamental way. Set himself free. And so had Hutch. They were, each of them, their own man. Finally. Jocelyn was waiting, with Jasper, when Slade's muddy truck made its way up the slippery driveway that ran between his house and that decrepit old barn. She stood in the front steps, rain sheeting past her from the eaves of the porch roof, her clothes wet, her hair in dripping spirals. She was too hot to be cold, but she shivered as she watched Slade get out of the truck, shut the door, and move toward her. The rain pounded down, but it didn't bow him. He walked upright, at an easy pace, his gaze burning blue into her face. "About that implant," she began, stupidly, as he mounted the steps to join her. Slade merely arched an eyebrow and waited, looking down at her, already making love to her with his eyes. "I had it removed a couple of weeks ago," Jocelyn spouted, because this was something that had to be said up front. They both knew what was about to happen, and she wanted Slade to know there was a risk involved, even using a condom.
"That's fine with me," he told her gruffly,
acknowledging Jasper with a pat on the head, before taking Jocelyn's hand, leading her across the threshold, where they both stood dripping rainwater on Opal's clean floor. He kissed her then, and she lost herself in that kiss, gave herself up to it, to him. When Slade lifted her into his arms and started up the stairs, Jasper didn't follow. The shower was blessedly hot, but that was about all Jocelyn remembered about the experience, because Slade drove her right straight out of her mind, caressing her, kissing her, and, as he had the other time, devouring her. She was in a daze of sweet satisfaction when Slade shut off the water, dried her off with a towel, and then bundled it around her and steered her across the hall and into his bedroom. His bed was big, with spooled spindles in the headboard and fluffy pillows. But Jocelyn didn't notice much more than that. At her core, she was molten,
but the wet cold had begun to seep into her bones, and she needed his warmth, his weight, his strength, and, most of all, his love. Slade drew back the covers, and then somehow they were both beneath them, lying on their sides, facing each other. He ran the backs of his knuckles lightly down her cheek. Almost shyly, she slipped her leg over his, scooted closer. He kissed her forehead, and she felt some kind of tremor go through him, opened her eyes to search his face. "What?" she whispered. "I'm selling my half of Whisper Creek to Hutch," he said, his voice gruff, his eyes almost painfully blue. "This place will be home from now on." She blinked. "But you won, didn't you?" "Yes," he replied, and then a grin crooked up the corner of his mouth. "But just barely, according to Hutch." Relief swept through Jocelyn, and she slipped her arms around his neck, moved closer still, into the heat radiating from that blatantly masculine body of his. "I'm glad," she said. "This is a wonderful old house." His lashes were so long, it wasn't one damn bit fair for a man to have lashes like that, in Jocelyn's love-fuzzed opinion. "I'm glad you like it," he said. "The question is, do you like it enough to live here?" Her heart leapt. She'd believed Slade when he'd said he loved her, and she certainly loved him back. But she'd been sure he'd want to wait, deliberate over every aspect of things before making a move. After all, that had always been his way. "Are you asking me to shack up?" she joked. But her voice trembled, and she found herself holding her breath, maybe even her heartbeat, while she waited for his reply. "I told you before," he said, his eyes shining. "I'm an old-fashioned man. I'm asking you to marry me, Jocelyn, to help me build this ranch up to something we can both be proud of, to share this bed every night, and to have my babies." Tears filled her eyes. He was offering her everything she'd ever wanted, but things were happening too fast. She needed time. 15 minutes at the very least. Slade frowned, stroking the length of her upper arm now, leaving a trail of fire everywhere he touched. "Unless," he began, as some thought darkened his face. "Damn." "Unless what?" Jocelyn asked, breathless. And not just because he'd moved his hand from her arm to her breast. He cupped her in his palm, prepared her nipple with the edge of his thumb, his touch idle and completely intoxicating. "Shay will be living here," he said. "I promised her she could stay for the coming school year." "Is that a problem?" Jocelyn asked, feeling an overwhelming tenderness for Slade in that moment, and for his stepdaughter, too. "Is it?" he countered. She nibbled at his mouth, teasing him. "No," she murmured. "It isn't." "You're sure?" She grinned at him. "I never say anything I don't mean, Slade Barlow," she told him. "And now, since I've been perpetually aroused since the last time we went to bed together, would you mind making love to me?" He laughed at that, rolled on top of her, his elbows and forearms pressing into the mattress on either side of her. "Why, ma'am," he said, cowboy style, "I wouldn't mind that at all." She spread her legs, hardly able to breathe, even though Slade wasn't putting any real pressure on her. "Good," she murmured, and raised her mouth to capture his kiss. There was no foreplay this time. The need to be joined was too great, too urgent. Slade put his hands under her hips, raised her slightly off the mattress, and plunged inside her. Immediately, her eyes rolled back in her head as the first release consumed her, wringing a long, low whimper from her throat, even as she dug her fingers into Slade's shoulders. "Just the beginning," he whispered, close to her ear. The boast proved prophetic. In no time at all, Jocelyn was caught in the grip of one ferocious orgasm, only to be hurled directly into the next. She gasped and cried out and gripped the rails and the headboard with moist palms, arching high off the mattress. She begged and threatened, and, most of all, she loved, freely, wildly, with the whole of her being. Finally, Slade's restraint gave way, and he flexed upon her, flexed again, his head thrown back, her name rasping past his lips, over and over again. Long minutes later, when Jocelyn was back in her right mind, mostly, she giggled into his shoulder. "I hope the condom broke again," she said. He gave her a light kiss. "What condom?" he retorted. And they laughed together, with the rain beating down on that old roof and lashing against the windows. And their shared joy was a form of lovemaking in its own right. The wedding took place 2 weeks later, in the church Callie attended, with a few stained-glass windows spilling colored light, and the pews bulging with grinning guests. Boone was Slade's best man. Kendra and Shay were co-maids of honor, and clad in matching organdy dresses they both claimed to hate. Dana and Brian made the trip to Parable to attend, of course, and Dana sat with Opal and Callie, beaming. The three Graces, Jocelyn thought. It was all a blur, though, as she stood at the foot of the aisle, her arm looped through Hutch's. She felt beautiful in her carefully chosen, quickly purchased, and slightly altered wedding dress, a froth of white lace and pearls. She wore a veil, too, held in place by a little crown of pale pink flowers, and carried a matching bouquet in gloved hands. Slade stood up front, with the minister and Boone, looking unbelievably handsome in his rented tux, smiling at her across the pews full of dressed-up guests. He would probably have been just as happy to elope, her tall, dark-haired, blue-eyed groom. But Jocelyn had insisted on the whole works: white dress, bridesmaids, reception to follow, and all the rest. After all, this was forever, and that meant doing it up right. The organ began to play. "Ready?" Hutch asked quietly, with a grin in his eyes. "Ready," Jocelyn replied, after drawing a deep breath. As rehearsed, Shay went up the aisle first, proud and graceful. Kendra, who had been studiously ignoring Hutch the whole time, soon followed, joining Shay to the left of the altar. "Here comes the bride," Hutch whispered. Jocelyn smiled. "Let's do this," she said. Slade had wanted to take Jocelyn somewhere fancy for their honeymoon, but in the end, they stayed home instead. Although he'd already announced that he wouldn't be running for another term as sheriff, Boone was going up against Treat McQuillan in that particular race. There was a lot to do before the changeover took place. Jocelyn, having passed her exam and acquired a real estate license, said Kendra was going through a rough patch emotionally and needed her to help keep the business afloat. And then there was Shay. They couldn't simply go off and leave her, even in Callie's or Opal's competent care, now could they? Her mother and Bentley had married and embarked on a long cruise, so she couldn't go back to L.A. either. As happy as Shay was about the marriage between Slade and Jocelyn, this was a time of transition for her. The child needed stability, especially now, with all this change underway. Slade, for his part, was glad to have his bride to himself after the ceremony and the hectic celebration afterwards in Kendra's elegant mansion. Mostly to himself, anyway, he amended with a grin. Jasper was there to chaperone. They'd come home to change out of their wedding gear, following the reception at Kendra's, both of them wearing jeans, boots, and favorite sweatshirts. Standing in that kitchen, with her hair down, but still sparkling with a few stray rhinestone clips, looking like tiny stars swiped from a night sky, Jocelyn looked every bit as beautiful as she had in all that lacy finery. They kissed, laughed, and kissed again, and then Slade whistled for Jasper, and they left the crumbling ranch house that would one day be stately again, and climbed into the truck. "Happy?" Slade asked gruffly, as they headed down the driveway to the county road. "Happy," Jocelyn replied serenely. "And you?" "Definitely." She reached over, rested her hand lightly on his knee. They didn't say much on the way to Whisper Creek Ranch, but they didn't need to. They communicated in so many private, subtle ways, linking their thoughts, smiling at each other in that special way that was theirs alone. No one was around when they pulled up alongside Hutch's barn, which was not happy coincidence, but prearrangement. They walked hand in hand into the barn, Jasper frolicking along behind them, and once inside, parted to approach separate stalls. Jocelyn groomed Sundance, saddled the mare, then led her out into the late afternoon sunshine, crisp with the promise of autumn. Slade did the same with Highlander. They rode out onto the range, with Slade taking the lead at first, but Sundance quickly caught up. "All we need now," Jocelyn quipped, grinning at him, "is a sunset." Slade chuckled at the image. "I was thinking more along the lines of making love somewhere out there, in the deep grass." She grinned. "That would work too," she said.
The end.